Travis's sidekick. What's his name? We're going to go to Jeff, see if he knows. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
No problem.
Yeah. No problem. All right, Jeff, who was Scott's sidekick?
Grover Dill.
Grover Dill. Yeah. Hang on a second, bud. We're going to get your info, Jeff. And we are going to give you a 150 Fogo de Show gift card. Fogo de Show is the best place to indulge for the holiday season. Like their premium graded Wagyu New York strip, a great enhancement of the full churrasco experience. And you can make a reservation for Center City and King of Prussia at fogo.com.
All right. Who's next?
Can you watch it? I have to watch it on Christmas Eve.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So I will not. Now, once I'll watch it days after that, but leading up to it, I have to save it for Christmas Eve.
Yeah, I don't know. I usually don't stumble across it until Christmas Eve.
I mean, they've been running it, but
I'll come in and at some point in the movie and just settle in.
Yeah.
And then when it's over, starts all over
Right back again.
And you can go back to the part where you began, and I'll do that.
It's absolutely it's appointment television.
Yes.
I don't think I've
8
seen
o'clock on Christmas
the whole
Eve.
movie.
You
don't think you've ever seen the whole movie?
Start to finish.
Oh, really? So do you think not? So separate pieces, you haven't seen it.
You've seen all of it, but not all in
You're not
one
sure you have.
sitting.
Like, I don't know how it ends.
Okay. They die in a house fire.
Yeah,
it's one of the best.
Dude, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Why?
Seen it.
He's holding up. He grabs the BB gun, but it's so hot it burns his hand. My family's dead.
Mom was right the whole time.
He's right. It does have a thing in the compass that tells time.
The actor who played Grover Dill also played the paperboy in Better Off Dead.
Oh wow!
No.
Wow.
Way.
I want my $2. That kid.
That's the same guy?
Yeah, his name's Yano Anaya.
That's great
Dude,
knowledge.
he
right there,
scored two big
Pop
little
culture.
pop culture, niche characters. That's
awesome.
Excellent. I love it. All right. Well, let's move on and get to the entertainment stories. We'll start with this. Following the multiple sexual assault allegations against actor Chris Noth's and Just Like That co-stars Sarah Jessica Parker, Cynthia Nixon, and Kristen Davis have broken their silence in a joint statement that was released on Monday. Parker, Nixon, and Davis wrote, "We are deeply saddened to hear the allegations against Chris Noth. We support the women who have come forward and share their painful experiences. We know it must be a very difficult thing to do, and we commend them for it." Noth has denied the allegations against him, mind you, and after a third woman came forward last week, a representative for Noth commented the story is a complete fabrication. The alleged counts detailed throughout read like a piece of bad fiction. In the wake of the allegations, Noth has been dropped by his talent agency. We covered that the other day. Universal Television and CBS also announced Monday that he will no longer be appearing in The Equalizer. All right, but I have stories of love. Michelle Young is happily engaged. The season 18 Bachelorette made her first public appearance.
I love you.
With her fiancé, Nate Olukoya.
I love you.
On the After the Final Rose special, which was last night.
I love this.
Following the final episode.
I love episode.
During which she said yes to his proposal.
I love yes.
Michelle said, "We always joked about running away, and we're able to do that. But when you're in this position, you run away and you can't tell anybody. So we ran away and we had to keep it a secret."
Oh, shut up, woman.
Pretty much.
I find her inordinately bland.
So I agree. She's not my cup of tea as far as some of the last bachelorettes, like the gal that's the host on that show is a stunning bachelorette. But I saw some photos and video of her at this, and I was like, okay, yeah, she's pretty. She's
pretty. Just personality-wise, it's very neutral.
Yeah,
and he's her match. He's her equal in every neutral way.
So she said, we just always joke about being able to scream out that we're like in love.
We love.
And all this different stuff. But hey,
she said it's the truth.
Now we can.
Love you.
Recalling the moment with Nate after she sent home Brandon Jones. Michelle said, "I was so nervous, I just remember shaking, and it was an emotional day." Michelle. He's getting dumber as this segment goes on.
They're sitting side by side on the couch. Days.
Michelle was drawn to Nate from the first episode of her season, and
was she?
She gave him the first impression rose during the first rose.
Here's my
ceremony.
first impression.
This is the first
I'll
impression.
get those wagons in, sir.
That's good. That's pretty good.
It's John Wayne.
Wow.
You don't know that.
So she gave him the first impression rose.
Now, you know what happened, by the way?
What?
Apparently, when she took, they do that thing where they take them back to meet their families and talk about, get the impression from mom. What do you think of him?
Yeah.
Mom said to her, I don't think he's ready for a marriage. I don't think he's into this.
Right.
Apparently, mom watches the show and realizes that none of these really ever end in anything fruitful.
Well, she didn't care for the second impression, which was James Mason.
I'm a bachelor tonight. We should be having some Manischewitz.
He didn't know they were
Thunderbird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that too.
Wait, who's guessing? Who's doing the impression? Is she doing the
she's
impression?
doing
or
it.
he's
She
doing
is. It's her.
Wow.
So I know, right?
She is good.
really
but
good, yeah.
He's not going to know who James Mason is.
Their relationship grew quickly after, though Michelle did admit that she was in love with 3 men, but it wasn't necessarily an easy decision for Michelle to pick Nate. In the final episode showed Michelle choosing between Brandon and Nate, the 2 men she said she was in love with. While Brandon won over her family, Nate had her mom concerned about his commitment, which was later questioned by Michelle. So that's kind of what you were going for. Mom had a lot to do with this, Steve.
He's a liar.
Behind the scenes, she said he was really challenging himself, and that's the thing, is that love...
I'm going to tie my own shoes.
Is that love doesn't always
I
have...
did it.
Bunny ears? Do you do the bunny ears one?
No.
You do the loop and swoop. Yeah. So she says it's that love doesn't always have to be like this perfect, intense, magical story that goes through like from start to end with no speed bumps.
Yeah, sometimes it can be annoying and bland.
Michelle
I
said
love when you read the quote exactly.
the likes.
Yeah, the like.
Michelle said after she was asked if it was still a struggle for Nate to be vulnerable with his feelings.
I can't even say. He doesn't know what vulnerable means. Vulnerable.
You can't say it.
There's no B in there.
Vulnerable.
Voldemort.
Voldemort. Yeah. Anyway, so there are a couple now. Well,
How long?
I say I think the standard now, well, not the standard, but to make it appear as if they've legitimately tried, they give it a year.
Yeah.
You know?
Give it a year.
Yep.
We gave it our best run, but we're going in our different ways. There'll always be love.
Yeah.
What we went through
my
is
best
unique.
friend.
Yeah,
Nope.
yeah.
This one's going to have babies.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Casey's saying it. Okay.
Out of
All right.
wedlock?
Yeah. No.
You think they'll get married, make it official?
They're gonna have a family.
babies. All right.
They're
Your
gonna have-
poo-poo's crying. No, that's a baby.
There's been a couple that have worked out. Very few, though. All right, moving on. Playing Agent Smith in The Matrix Resurrections, actor Jonathan Groff prepared to take over Hugo Weaving's role by watching his performance on YouTube. What he didn't prepare for, however, is how he would feel after doing an action scene with Keanu Reeves in which he shot a gun. He said, when it was over, I was like, I think I wet my pants. I think I peed myself. He said this during Entertainment's Weekly Around the Table. He said, when you pee yourself, it's hot for a second and then it gets cold. And so the sensation sustained. Then I thought one of the shells from the gun had come down my shirt, which they warn you might happen. And I was reaching down there looking for this shell, but it wasn't down there. Later on, Groff said that he liked Carrie-Anne Moss's explanation. He said, you were saying sometimes, he said to Moss, you were saying sometimes your body doesn't know that it's real, in reference to him shooting the gun. And he said, when I shoot a gun, I can look really cool in the scene. Oh, this is according to, Carrie-Anne Moss said this.
All right.
But afterward, it's like my body doesn't know it's not real, and it's really intense. But you didn't pee your pants, she said to Groff, to be clear. So it may have just felt like it. I don't really know.
So he's playing, instead of Hugo Weaving, as you said, he's playing Mr. Smith. And then you have somebody else playing, I guess, taking over for Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah.
So some of the reviews are really good, and some of them are really bad.
Oh, really?
So,
Okay.
Yeah. At IGN this morning gave it a 4 out of 10, and yet others really. So what they're saying about it, and it seems to be what people are having an issue with, is that it is a very self-knowing movie. It's very, as they say, meta. So it's almost commenting on its own existence throughout the movie.
Okay.
And some people like that, and some people don't.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to at least giving it a shot.
Yeah,
You know,
it's-
and
and
I
it's-
hope they can course correct a little bit from the last one.
Get
which
back to
is
the original.
Over the top. Yeah.
You know that Jonathan Groff was from Lancaster, PA?
No.
Yeah, I just looked him up. I didn't know that either.
What else would we know, Nick, that he's been in?
King George, right? And then the Mindhunter and
Yeah, he's the dude from Hamilton.
Hamilton.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah. He's
I'm looking at this photo of him. It does not look like the same guy.
the voice in Frozen, right? He's
Yeah, he's Christoph.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, okay, yeah, he's great. And he's from Lancaster.
I didn't know that.
We should be best friends with him.
Right?
What the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
We can't even get a Hadid in here.
Right. All right. Well, moving on, some other stories. We're going to go to the real estate people of the shows that you see on
Holy
TV.
Christ.
All right, so
Those horrible shows.
According to people, the Property Brothers star Drew Scott and his wife of 4 years, Linda Fan, are expecting their first
Yay!
baby. The pair have been open about their struggles with getting pregnant, including 2 years of fertility treatments. They were happy to announce that their first child is expected in May of 2022.
Have you ever seen any of those?
I have, yeah. Property Brothers is one that I know. Those are the twins, right?
Yeah.
Case? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. You know what? Listen, as a homeowner, I find some of that stuff interesting. I'm not all in on all of it, but you do get some interesting ideas about if you want to remodel or decorate and things.
No,
like
I got you there on those types of shows. There are ones like the Selling Sunset, or where it's.
I don't even know that
the
one.
show focuses more on the personalities than the real estate.
Yeah,
and
no.
that's what that's what I think is like. I love you and I are both fans of that real estate show out of Hawaii, where they're
Yes.
yeah, where you get to see the homes and what they've done and all that stuff. That's cool. Focus in on that stuff. I don't care about Tom Skiffington. You know?
Right. Yeah, but the more when you get these shows in the beginning, it's more about that, and then
Does it gravitate away from that?
well, yeah, because these people become personalities, right? So, like Hometown,
Yeah.
the show that I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just saying they don't deep dive like Steve is saying.
Right.
Though they dabble a little bit, a little jokey, but they stay focused on. We're going to fix this place up like Hometown.
Yeah,
You know, It's a good show.
Oh, you like Hometown, my man?
Well, she's really cute.
She is.
That's what I like
I
about
love her friend Mallory, though.
I don't know her.
Mallory.
Yeah, Mallory.
And Good Bones is another decent one.
Yeah,
There's a
that's the
few ones.
mother-daughter one.
Yeah,
That's-
I like the redhead. If they're cute, I watch the show. It works. It works. All right. So anyhow, another one. Just 5 months after they announced that they were in a relationship, Selling Sunset stars.
Here we go.
Chriselle Strauss and Jason Oppenheim have decided to go their separate ways.
This rips me down to my soul.
5 months, Steve. Oppenheim posted to Instagram on Tuesday, while Chriselle and I are no longer together, we remain
The
best
best of
friends. And we will always love and support one another.
Thinking Angry danced away.
I think he did.
Is this a good idea?
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Turns out no.
No, it turned out no.
Bad idea.
Yeah. And then
Separate ways.
the last month is, how do I get out of this? And that's a whole month.
Do we just stop calling, or do we actually have a conversation?
All right, I love this story. Ryan Reynolds has claimed that he has been mistaken for Ben Affleck at a pizza place in New York for years, but he's never corrected them.
That's
for
great.
years, yeah. And I love that he does that. Reynolds discussed the mix-up during a recent podcast, which he was a guest on. The 45-year-old actor said, "There's a pizza place in the East Village in New York that I've been going to for years. They believe I'm Ben Affleck, and I've never corrected them." He said, "I feel it would not go over well if I revealed it." The Deadpool actor said that he gets no preferential treatment at the pizza place, where the staff just, quote, think I'm Ben Affleck. He said, "They'll ask how J-Lo is." And I'm like, great, good. I get the pizza, and off I go.
That's great.
Still on the subject of mistaken identities, Reynolds also responded to a question about how to tell the difference between Ryan Reynolds and Ryan Gosling. Both the Ryans are Canadian actors who are constantly confused with each other. Ryan's prefaced his answer by saying, "Years ago, I used to play fast and a little loose more on Twitter. These days, I'm a little bit more reserved, but referencing an old joke that he made on social media, I said, well, the difference is easy to spot. Ryan Gosling has blonde hair, and Ryan Reynolds is an a-hole.
Oh my God.
Or it says here expletive. I'm assuming that a-hole is what he had in there. So, nonetheless, that guy still continues to make me happy.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
absolutely. Why make people embarrassed?
Yep, and he's partners with a good friend of ours.
Yes.
And still want to see that soccer team come over here. If possible.
Maybe next year will be the year we finally get to do that.
This is fun. Steve Martin has an open invitation to visit the Jeopardy set. The Only Murders in the Building star was officially invited to join the hit trivia show in any capacity after the actor joked about his resemblance to Jeopardy champion Sam Buttery, who recently took home a $100,000 prize. Funny thing is, my wife was watching this with me, and she's like, that guy looks just like Steve Martin.
Yeah, well,
I think it looks a little bit
A
like
little
him.
bit.
Yeah.
A doughier Steve Martin.
Yes. So what he wrote on Twitter was, so great to split the prize money with Sam. This was after Buttery was announced the winner of the first ever Professors Tournament champion over the weekend. The show couldn't help but take advantage of Martin's interest in the show, replying, we would love to have you on Jeopardy anytime in any capacity. Buttery, who is an associate professor of operations research at the Naval Postgrad School in Monterey, California, took home the grand prize for winning the inaugural tournament. He is also guaranteed a spot in the 2022 Tournament of Champions for securing the professor's win.
Well, there's something easy they could do, and they've done it before with other celebrities. You either have a Steve Martin movie category, where he can do the video clips,
Yes.
the video clues. That would be an easy way to get it done.
I had a moment with the final three on this tournament of or the Professors Champions.
Yes, yeah.
Where I got a question right that none of them got right. I love it when
Such a
that
good
happens.
feeling.
Isn't it though?
Yeah.
I'm like, especially when it's, when
Professors?
they have, yes.
You figured they would get it.
When they have Tournament of Champions or something like that, and all three of them don't get it right, and you get it right, I love that. While Martin has yet to respond to the Jeopardy invite, the show has featured a long lineup of celebrity guest hosts over the past year. Of course, Katie Couric, Aaron Rodgers, Anderson Cooper, Robert Roberts, LeVar Burton, George Stephanopoulos, and more high-profile names that stepped in as guest hosts following Alex Trebek's death. And I think Ken Jennings is doing a great job.
Ken Jennings is doing a great job. Mayim Bialik, them sharing it, and I think Tom Sizemore is doing well.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think you're watching Jeopardy, Steve. That's
Oh my God!
I would love to see that.
I had a thought. I would. All right. So because that guy looks exactly like Steve Martin.
I don't think he looks exactly. I think he looks Steve Martin-ish, right?
Okay, but still, I would love on like April Fools for Jeopardy to get 3 contestants that are actually all celebrities, put them in a little bit of prosthetics.
Okay.
So that they don't look exactly like themselves. And, because they could get all the answers right or all the answers wrong. And I think they could fudge and have a little fun with their viewing audience.
For April Fools, just
on
kind of
an
a-
April Fool's Day.
No, all right.
Do we know anybody over there?
I'll make some calls.
Okay. All right. We have
I'm not taking that call.
we have news of hair being changed.
The holiday hair.
Yeah.
This is so exciting.
I love hair change stories. Hoda Kotb is now brunette.
Oh.
Yes, the Today co-anchor, who has faithfully sported a warm blonde hue in the past, debuted her new hair color Tuesday, crediting the change to a happy mistake, she said.
Wait, who did you say?
Hoda Kotb.
Hoda Kotb. So she told guest host Chanel Jones, old friend of ours, who sat in for Jenna Bush Hager, wrote, she said, my whole family's coming today, so I decided I wanted to do a keratin treatment. I like to do, and it just takes the frizz out, so I'm like, I'll do that early. I'm going to be on it. She explained that her usual salon is closed, so she asked one of the stylists to come to her home. When the process was finished, the mom of two's hair was fire engine orange, she said, like
no.
bozo orange.
Oh no!
She
I would
said,
like to see that, man.
so I looked at it and I go, what happened?
no.
And she provided a disclaimer that the stylist is amazing and added, I think it was something funky with the chemicals.
You know what? it takes so long. Like your appointments are long. Like I went yesterday. I was there for 2 hours.
Yeah, I remember
Because it sits for at least mine sits for 45 minutes to an hour. So
I remember Rochelle one time going to, I'm going to go get my hair done. And she's like, I go, when do you be back? She's like, in 4 hours. I'm like, what?
Yeah, and so think about it, to do that and then to go, you have to fix this and to do it all over again.
So the color was corrected. She's on TV.
Yeah.
The color was corrected at 3:15 a.m. by a stylist on set.
Oh wow.
So yeah, she had to go into work early and say, fix this. So they probably did like a temporary dye job on her or something, Kathy.
She's my cousin's neighbor, and I walked when I was there this summer. I walked by her house. I was hoping maybe to run into her. Yeah, seriously. No, but she has this cute little house on the water in Point Lookout. I don't know if that is her full-time home or just her beach house or whatever, but they said she's so nice. Her kids are adorable. She has young kids.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did she adopt?
I think she did.
Yeah.
I can't.
It's me.
Who is that on the front lawn?
So at 3:15 a.m. they fixed it, and she said she started putting stuff on it. It's dark brown now, so that's the way it is. So there.
I wonder if those people are so refined in their craft. I'm talking about the hairstylist,
right?
And, but I wonder if they do get nervous, because
when they got somebody of some import there. Yes.
Remember when we had a dude from Shaving Grace trying to shave? Whose face was he? He was shaking so much. He was so nervous.
Was it Jim Jackson?
It was
or
Bill Clement.
Yeah.
Bill Clement's mustache. Yeah.
I think this is different though, because they're mixing up different colors, and sometimes based on what your root color is, they might have to go a little bit darker or whatever it is. So it could have just been she put a tiny bit, too much of something.
True.
By the way, yes, Coda had adopted a baby girl named Haley Joe Cotby. And so
she has two kids, though.
It was in 2017.
And then a second one as well.
Oh, okay.
Yep, second baby girl named Hope. So that was in 2019. Speaking of hair, by the way, Grammy-winning artist Billie Eilish showed off her dark tresses. Coda did not. Hoda Kotb is not the only one, because she had ditched her blonde hair earlier this month. By the way, her experiment, the changes she did, took a picture of it, and it broke Instagram records.
It broke it.
Becoming the fastest post to reach 1 million likes on the social media platform.
Wow.
Today, that image has over 23 million likes on it.
It's very encouraging.
Katy Perry also returned to her signature black hair color in November. She debuted the look on the 2021 CMA's red carpet while rocking a custom Vivienne Westwood asymmetrical brown leather column dress and Vivienne Westwood jewelry as well.
It's amazing. This is great news.
Incredible, isn't it? Yes, that's why I share it with
To enter the holiday season with this, knowing this, will make us all happier.
How about this? While the number of COVID-19 cases continues to rise due to the Omicron variant, Broadway League president Charlotte St. Martin says the Great White Way will not be shutting down. Shows such as Hamilton and Aladdin have already closed through Christmas, but St. Martin told the Hollywood Reporter, if the show is opening, we believe that we will have the correct information that says it is safe to open for the cast, the crew, and the audience. If we don't feel it's safe, we don't perform that.
Do you know what show is continuing? The musical version of Outbreak, because they're all in hazmat.
Right.
suits.
You can, yeah. That's no problem.
It's great. And then the monkey's already sick anyway.
According to the Hollywood Reporter, Disney and 20th Century are moving forward with their marketing campaign for Death on the Nile, a film adapted from the Agatha Christie novel. And Death on the Nile has been finished for over a year before allegations arose against Armie Hammer, who stars in the film.
It's hard to release a movie when you have somebody who is being accused of being a cannibal.
Yeah, Hammer has been accused of emotional abuse, manipulation, coercion, and rape by multiple women. Despite this, he is featured in the new trailer and poster for the film, which were released on Tuesday. So,
I mean, what do you do with a movie like this?
They spent all that money, and you know what I mean?
Release it. I mean, at the time, obviously, I don't think if someone's going to go see it, they're going to go see it.
Right.
So I don't think so. Oh, there's an accused rapist in this movie. What are you going to do? It's the movie. He's not... it's just a weird thing. There's so many of these things pop out now, and they sit on these things. Murder on the Orient Express was a modest hit.
Yeah.
Now, Johnny Depp was in that. And that was that during or did that precede
I
all
don't
the
know.
stuff going on with him?
Probably during.
I mean, what stinks is that there are thousands of other people that
That
are
are in
involved
it.
in this film
Yes.
that are suffering as a result of this.
I think you
Right?
list what you do if you want to have an aggressive ad campaign is you list all the people who don't have sexual lawsuits against
There
them.
you go.
Yes,
That's a
Guess
positive.
who didn't molest anybody in our cast, and then
Almost
list them.
all of them.
Yeah, except
Yeah.
for one.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story. TV Line reports that drag queens from different international franchises will compete against one another in a new RuPaul's Drag Race series. The official logline reads, 9 international members of RuPaul's Drag Race Royal alumni will battle it out for the crown in the brand new series RuPaul's Drag Race UK versus the world.
You know what I want to see, honestly? I want to see a RuPaul's Drag Race but hot rods, like full blown drag
funny
race.
cars.
Yeah, but all totally done up. Miss Belinda
Yeah.
sitting there in a hot rod. Wouldn't that be great?
Yes.
In 1,000 horsepower.
Now that
Yeah.
you could bring two audiences together.
Judges will include RuPaul.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide it.
That
include RuPaul, Michelle Visage, Graham Norton, Alan Carr, and a variety of special guests. All right, so it's not Friday.
no.
But there are new movies opening up, gang, so we are going to do it. All right, The Matrix Resurrection, sci-fi action film with Keanu Reeves, Carrie-Anne Moss, Neil Patrick Harris, and the plot is as follows. To find out if his reality is a physical or mental construct, Mr. Anderson, a.k.a. Neo, will have to choose to follow the White Rabbit once more. If he's learned anything, it's that choice, while an illusion, is still the only way out of or into the Matrix. Neo already knows what he has to do, but what he doesn't yet know is that the Matrix is stronger, more secure, and far more dangerous than ever before. 2 hours, 28 minutes long, rated R, wide release, and in theaters and streaming on HBO Max. Rotten Tomatoes score, 70%, so sounds pretty decent.
Workable.
Yep. Also opening is Sing 2, an animated musical with Matthew McConaughey, Reese Witherspoon, Scarlett Johansson, and others. Buster Moon and his all-star cast of performers prepare to launch their most dazzling stage extravaganza yet, all in the glittering entertainment capital of the world. There's just one hitch. They first have to persuade the world's most reclusive rock star, played by global music icon Bono in his animated film debut, to join them. Hour and 50 minutes long. It is rated PG. Wide release in theaters. Rotten Tomatoes score is 65%. And then finally, The King's Man. Action adventure. Ray Fiennes, Gemma Arterton, and Rhys Ifans star. One man must race against time to stop history's worst tyrants and criminal masterminds from starting a war and wiping out millions of people. Running time 2 hours and 11 minutes long, rated R, wide release in theaters, Rotten Tomatoes 44%.
Yeah. Now I saw some reviews that said if you are a fan of this series, this will be good. You'll enjoy it.
Yep.
I am, but they said the same thing about the second one, and I wasn't too keen on that.
I wasn't either. The first one was perfect.
Yes.
Absolutely perfect. Second one got a little bit convoluted. All right, clips now. Here we go. Taking place 1,300 years after the events of the classic DreamWorks film Dragons: The Nine Realms. Continues the story after the DreamWorks film Dragon. Whatever. Continues the story of How to Train Your Dragon. Here we go. Here, executive producer John Telligan discusses what longtime fans of the series have to look forward to.
Well, we don't want to spoil anything for all of you fans, but I will say that one of the things that we're very excited about by moving the show up 1,300 years, we still want to have some things from the past for the legacy fans.
Shut the f*** up!
Dragons in Nine Realms starts streaming on Hulu tomorrow.
So this is in present day then, right?
I guess so, yeah.
All right.
Next clip. Yearly Departed returns for another year to showcase female comedians and behind-the-scenes talent. In this clip, this year's host, Yvonne Orji, talks about what attracted her to the project. Here we go.
It was great. Like, that's what attracted me to the project. I remember seeing last year, and I was like, oh, this is a dope concept. And then this year, when they asked me to host, I got to know a little bit more about what happens behind the scenes. A female director, all female comedic performers, female writers, female producers. I was like, well, can't stop, won't stop.
Shut up.
You can see Orgy and so much more when Yearly Departed comes to Amazon Prime tomorrow. By the way. All right, that's it. So we got for you Entertainment Report on this Wednesday
Last
morning.
of the year.
It is the final one. You are correct. Yep. So let's all take a moment and let that sink in. We have a secret text word chance for you to win Dune on digital. So text word secret to 39333. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a moment and we'll spend our morning together, friends. So stay with us. We'll be right back. Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah. I think you should let him off with time served. Giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent. I'm finding you innocent. I object! There's no way that's legal!
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep. I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
I would watch it.
brilliant.
I would totally
Attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri. He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
With his law career.
Law school.
With this,
Passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV.
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam
This
people.
bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV.
Give me the TV.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she starred in The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
knew
of there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after
Right.
7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're. 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days. So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
What if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, like, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
one
it's
kinda
the one way out
I
where we
know what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're
but
talking
the girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't
Aha!
it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah, she's incredible. She's incredibly talented.
And she was good. As you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
She didn't
I'm the
sing.
chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-ta-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know it's not
Yeah.
scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell, and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days. 7 days.
In 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey.
The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What
second.
just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, who many critics say is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
Wait, is it Carbonara roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
Oh, it's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators, Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman. Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy,
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand? Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl. And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Kourtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Damn,
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, a travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says @Poosh. Poosh. Yeah, @Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jake Jill.
Splooge. All right. So anyhow,
that's her fight song.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah,
Well,
never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is Making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then they split. It keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the
Kathy,
first time.
the
guy
fists are flying.
punches the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah.
It's a miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, this is, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God.
There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously this is there. I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother. Like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland,
the happiest place on earth.
Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget it was at like a kids park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she starts using her mobility scooter to join the fight. She's backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
What?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park. No arrests. They all knew each other.
Ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
after they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy
I saw
goes on.
everything. I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol.
You don't fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade all the time.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And final show of the year before we take a little break. We'll give away our Word of the Week prize this morning at the end of the program. And it's tickets to see Greta Van Fleet on April 1st at the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino and an overnight stay, which is pretty cool. So
all good stuff.
Don't miss out on that. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day in just a tad bit. You guys feeling pretty good about heading into Christmas?
Yes, very much so. I started earlier, because of the way the camp out fell and everything, I had a little bit more ramp up time to really enjoy this Christmas. So I'm as I keep describing it, I'm strangling every bit of Yuletide out of this that I possibly can. And it's working.
You know what happens? What I do, I found something that I purchased during Halloween, right?
Yeah.
Like for Christmas. I was like, I'm really going to get on top of everything. And I do. I finish. But then it leaves me time to be like, well, I don't know. Do I maybe I need to get this. Maybe I need to get that. So, like, I was out shopping yesterday.
Were you?
Yes. And like, I got home. I laid it all out. I'm like, it's fine. But I probably didn't need to go and get the little extra things.
Do you purposefully save one or two things to buy right up at the last minute just to kind of...
No, I just freak out every year, and I'm like, I don't have enough. Oh no, I gotta go get more.
I know.
I have to do something today that I have not yet done this year, which is go to the King of Prussia Mall, and I'm
Oh, boy.
a little wary of it. I have to pick up. I ordered something online that I need to pick up there.
Oh, well, that won't be bad. Like, do you have to walk around and shop, or?
Well, so there are probably a few last-minute presents that I need to get, and I'm going to, I guess, use this as an opportunity to walk around the mall. I just don't know what it's like. I haven't even driven near it, and in years
It's
past,
crowded.
it's been a nightmare. Yeah, so I'm curious as to what it's
But
like
it's
this
fun.
year.
I mean, on a little level, to get a little taste of the hustle and bustle.
Fun might be too
Yeah,
strong of a
yeah.
word.
No,
Nick,
I can't stand the feeling of wearing a jacket into the mall.
Oh my
and
God,
being
I don't.
sweating.
All right.
don't.
You just touched on a topic.
Leave
that
it in the car.
I'd leave it in the car.
Yeah.
If I don't care. I'd rather be jacketless, coatless.
Yeah.
I'll freeze getting up to the door because once you're in there and you've got that effing thing and you're trying to juggle it and you're sweating your balls off,
Right.
all of the Yuletide joy comes out in the sweat running off your nutsack.
Nick, I was there on Monday, and
Okay.
it was packed. I mean, I had to drive around to find a parking spot.
What time of day did you get there?
I was there.
I don't know if that matters or not.
Late afternoon.
All
I
right.
think I got there about 3:30, something like that.
I think I'm going to go after the show, but yeah, we'll see.
You know, but on the good side, on the plus side here, stuff being bought, brick and mortar stores, things of that nature. That's cool. That people are out there, and we'll see how the season finishes off. But that's where the Santa is. His setup is standard King of Prussia Mall now, right? Have you seen?
I haven't been there this year. I don't know since Santa was set up.
I didn't walk
Remember
through
they did
that
the
part.
Okay, because they do a wonderful job there.
Sure, they had
Yeah,
him.
I
They
had
had him
to
at
have been
the
there.
Montgomery Mall. I went there last weekend.
Yeah,
and so they had Santa there.
Cool.
So,
They didn't have him at Plymouth Meeting Mall this year. I don't
Okay.
think they had him. No, they did have him last year.
Okay.
And there was like a glass in front of him.
By the way, I finally yesterday felt okay about Christmas. Yesterday.
What made that happen?
We got done with our live broadcast, and that big, which is there's a lot of work that goes into it. And once that was done, I was like almost ready to kind of sigh and go, okay, I think I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
Good. You'll have a
but
couple
because
days to enjoy it.
I've done all my shopping.
Yeah.
That's all finished. That's a stressor for me. I hate it. I can't stand it. So that's done. And then today's our final day, and we have a few days off. So I think the weight has been lifted, and I'm ready.
This year, obviously, if you can squirrel away some time to just relax and enjoy, I know that's easier said than done for a lot of people, but you owe it to yourself. You deserve it to take some time and just relax and enjoy it.
So my cousin does this every single year, and I called to confirm yesterday, but she started Christmas shopping yesterday.
Yesterday. Dude, I just got a text that says, haven't even started. Tomorrow at noon, I will start.
She says to me, plenty of time. She goes, I think I'm done. But I also...
Does she know what she's getting, or is she going in and completely improvising?
I think it's improvising.
Oh, my
I think
God!
Honestly, I think she goes to one store. She walks around. She's got 2 kids. I think she throws things in the cart, and she's like, great.
I love
done.
commercials like where they show the wife sitting there getting car floor mats for everyone on her shopping list. Like, really? Yeah. That's what you get? Everyone's getting floor mats? In the real world, you tend to tailor the gifts to the people you're getting them for.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's coming to a close. There's still people that are going to be rushing about Nick. You're going to have plenty of company.
Yeah, I'm sure.
What was the most desperate gift you ever got someone down at the last minute?
I got Rochelle an ornament that looked like a half-eaten burrito. She didn't like it.
That was like her gift?
It was
The ornament gift?
The ornament gift.
Okay. Oh, well, that's...
I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I was going with funny and cute.
Yeah.
I didn't
She
know
didn't
it
like
meant it needed to be sentimental
it had to
and
be a
heartfelt.
sentimental gift.
So anyhow,
You give a girl a
she was
taco on
pissed.
Christmas?
She was pissed at me.
It reminds me of your cooter.
Oh my God!
You didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that. I probably might have should have gone with that.
You ever give a gift that it's not virtual, but I'll give you an example in a second. But the recipient never cashes in on. The example that I'm thinking of is one year I was scrambling, and this was when I was married, and I gave my ex-wife as a present. It was sort of a last-minute thing, although I did print out a gift certificate. she had never been horseback riding in her life.
Yes,
I found a
that's
local farm-
nice.
Right. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yes.
All right. But she never did
Cashed it in.
We never did it together, and then we got divorced. And I'm like, I don't know if she's ever been on a horse.
Marissa got me a gift to Top Golf.
Oh, sure.
And then I injured my shoulder, and I never got to use it. You probably spent $100 on that, Marissa.
Probably. Can I have it back?
Because Marissa's golfing now.
It was like a sheet you printed out, and like literally shortly after that, I injured my shoulder, and I had to give up golf.
I don't want to know. If that happens, don't tell me.
I know.
Well, but no,
she probably knew.
No, I know.
Well, you gave the beer maker to Preston. He never used it.
Well, yeah, but I wouldn't mind.
Because it's just you took a shot.
Well,
You took a shot.
because it's actual money, like the gift card to
Right.
me. So like I have somebody who I refuse to buy gift cards for anymore because she loses every single one. I'm like, I'm basically handing you $100 that you're losing. So I'd rather if I handed over a dollar bill, like money, they wouldn't lose that.
Correct.
I'd rather give them that than waste the money on the gift card that they're going to lose.
That's a very salient point because listen, money's money, and or even like an online gift card. That is usable because you can immediately put that into
the account.
Into the
right?
account.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I'm one of those people that should never receive a gift card because I just put it in my kitchen in my little bowl of gift cards and it just sits there.
Yeah.
I just found one the other day for a store I go to, South Moon Under. I go there all the time, and I just found a gift card.
Do you know my wife?
I've never used.
Marissa, my wife is like a riverboat gambler with the cards. we'll be someplace and they get fanned out, and she's plucking them out, and we got this for this, we got this for this, and I'm like, oh my god! But she does put them. I mean, she'll take them down to like $1.50. To me, which is miraculous. A lot of times, how the hell do you do that and keep track of all that? But they purposely, I think, make it hard for you to keep track of it so that they end up making the money on their end without you really collecting on your end.
Exactly. And Nick, to the experiences, when I first started dating my boyfriend, I bought him a gift certificate to go skydiving at Skydive Cross Keys because I had gone before.
Has he?
No, he had it.
How does he feel about horseback riding?
Well, it's so funny. The thing sat there for like 6 months, and he's an extreme person, likes all that. And he literally told me like a year later, he's like, "That's the only thing I don't want to do." But he like waited a year until it expired to tell me that.
And when it comes to gift certificates, Marissa, I find that I need to use it right away. And if I don't, like if I get a Wawa gift card, which I love, I'll try to use it in January because otherwise it'll end up in that bowl or that jar, and I'll forget about it.
Here's the deal with those: you can keep those or like put it into your app. Right, so you can do it that way. So you can use it instantaneously. You'll be going a lot. If it's a place like, how often are you in the skydiving store? So it doesn't happen a lot.
Well, the app has changed things. So Dunkin' will give us, gift cards for coffee.
Put it right in.
I put it right in, and I stop at Dunkin's because it's right there on my phone.
Right.
And on my way, I can order it. And by the time I walk and I'm at the store, it's there. It's ready for me, paid for, good to go.
Yep.
Both my brothers have new babies. My one brother has twins, so going out and shopping this holiday season isn't as easy. So I suggested, which is what we're going to do, something new, is kind of like a gift card roulette. Like everybody, I said, all we're going to do is exchange $50 gift cards. So everyone go out, get a $50 gift card, one per person. We're going to throw it in a hat.
I like it.
Yeah, and and we'll pick. And if you pick your own, you got to throw it back.
Okay.
How about Omaha Kids, steaks for children?
Okay.
Hang on a second. I want to see how a friend of ours is doing for the holidays and if he is ready or not. Look, it's Lou, everybody.
Hey!
Hi, Lou. Good morning to you, sir. There he is. How you doing, Lou?
Good morning, everybody. How you doing?
We're great, ma'am. So we were just talking about our preparedness for the holidays. How are you doing?
Yeah, well, we got that pact ever since we got the house down the shore. We're not going to buy gifts for each other.
Oh, so you have the deal.
Does it work?
We got the deal, except I bought her a bottle of perfume, so, but she made me swear, but it's perfume,
That's not too much. It's not like you're buying, like something extravagant. And
broke the deal, though.
deal has held for you besides your little infraction.
What's that?
That deal still holds for you over the years, not buying for each other?
Yeah.
See,
yes.
Man, what on Christmas morning though?
Well, wait. I think you just said because they bought they bought the shore house or not.
I missed that part. Okay.
Yeah. Do you do that every year? Do you do the deal every year? You do.
Ever since we got the shore house.
Oh, okay. And how many years has that been?
It's just been a couple of years.
Okay. And so far, so good?
So far so good.
All right.
I'm waiting for that look. You know, that look. Like,
You know what? Get her a skydiving gift certificate.
she got me that one year. That was fun.
Oh, there you go.
Really? You really did that?
Yes, I did it up at King of Prussia.
Nice.
Oh,
that's iFly.
Yeah,
indoor
that's great.
skydiving,
It's awesome.
Which is a blast.
iFly.
Yeah.
That was good.
Excellent.
You guys all ready for the holiday?
Yeah, I think we're set.
Yeah,
You
we're
know,
good.
Today's our last day before the end of the year, so we're ready to, take a little break, take a few days off. You taking some days off, Lou?
Yes. I'm working today, tomorrow, then I'll go back on the 4th.
I bet Christmas with Lou would be a lot of fun.
Yep.
Do you do it up a big time? Do you do a full feast?
We do the 7 fishes on Christmas Eve, but Christmas Day, we get up, my wife makes cinnamon buns, and we sit in pajamas all day. We don't visit nothing. We sit home. It's just it's quiet.
Yes,
quiet.
I like that. Yes.
Good for you. That's awesome, Lou. What do you help cook the 7 fishes?
Yes.
And what do you guys
I'll do coconut shrimp, and she'll do like a bisque, and then we'll do like the stuffed calamari. And
Well, man, that's straight up real deal. You ever just pick one year and just kind of phone it in and just do 7 separate fish sticks? Because it's a lot of work, man, to do 7 different fish.
It is.
And maybe make them different colors. Put food coloring.
Yeah,
Right.
decorate them.
All right, Lou. Thanks for
awesome.
checking in, man. We hope you have a
Merry Christmas.
All right.
Happy New Year.
All right, Lou. We'll see you, man.
All right, guys. Have a safe one.
All right, you too. All right, nice. Sounds like he's ready to go.
Yeah.
Did we meet Lou this year? Or I should have asked him while he was on the phone. How long have you known that guy?
No, it's been more than a year.
Okay.
For sure.
Lou was out at the camp out.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it was nice to see him in person.
I played golf with him over the summer, which was great. We
It
had a
was
really good time.
2 summers ago that I met him for the first time. I found where he lived, and I just started riding around.
That's right.
Riding around the streets of Wildwood, yelling, "Who's Lou?" And then I eventually found him. Literally.
Man.
Did he just come out of the house and say, "Hey, Casey boy"?
I think his family, they were walking down towards the beach. And they heard me, and then he was still
That's right.
Yeah.
I
met the whole Lou family.
You were on Instagram Live, I think, at that point, too, because I was watching it, and then all of a sudden you're outside of Lou's house, and I think he brought out a beer for you, and you're like, no, thank you.
Just riding my bike. I'll take some water.
By the way, I want to mention this, that a few different programming events are coming up on MMR on Friday. Pierre Robert is doing his Christmas Eve radio spectacular.
Which is awesome.
Yep, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then 3 to 7, it's Jackson's Holiday Ho 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 Down.
Whoa.
Which I'm not familiar with. And then, of course, 7 to midnight is the Jackie Bam Bam Santa Tracker Show. Jackie loves that.
It is, for people who remember years ago, it's very nostalgic. If you have never experienced anything like it, you got to check it out. It's a lot of fun.
Yep. And then on Christmas Day, we, of course, are live and local. So Joe Bonadonna will be on.
Cool.
Ray, Sarah, Ryan, and Marcus all working on Christmas Day. We don't pre-record stuff here. It's always live and local.
How many years of your life did you spend working Christmas? I spent a fair amount.
I did not. I don't know that I've ever worked on Christmas, to be honest.
For a number of years, I had 2 jobs where I had split schedules and would work. I'd get like the day during the day, but go in early in the morning and in the evening.
What were you doing?
One was Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
They made you work on Christmas Day.
Well, listen,
I know.
I do it for the cause. I do it for the donuts. And then other was at a cable before, like right at the beginning of HBO and all that stuff. There was a cable service, a movie service on Long Island out of Huntington.
Yeah.
And they were running the movies and all that stuff literally from 3/4-inch tapes at this facility, and so that was a split.
Yeah, you figure, your Wawas are open, your convenience stores.
Yes. Sure.
What else? Gas stations are open.
Chinese restaurants?
Yes.
Movie theaters?
Yeah, that's right. You know what? Several years we've gone to a movie on Christmas Day after the day's over and we're finished and everything's gotten, later on in the evening. We went and saw Moana one year.
They'll get packed up. I mean, if you, depending on what time your showing is, because that's people just say, how do I get away from the family and go see something?
Wow. I forgot about that. All right. Well, anyhow, whatever you have planned, friends, we are going to be with you here at MMR, so make sure that you do tune in and have us on Christmas Day. And,
Yes.
And listen, because usually there's some cool rockin' versions of Christmas songs that you'll get to hear on MMR, which is a pretty sweet deal. So I want to take a break. We'll come back in a moment because we're going to go live on Fox Good Day when we get back. I got some bizarre file stories as well, and we're just having a good chat and hang before we head into the holidays. So stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
And addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm going to make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else is
Hey,
like,
what a good dad.
Oh, you are so, you poor thing, you're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let him know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Sex. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what.
Huh.
But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but Visco girls?
Visco girls.
Yeah. And that's spelled VSCO.
Yeah.
Visco, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. Visco,
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw Visco online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like
okay,
that.
okay. So
So do
There's a
crickets.
Visco.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so we'll find out in a minute here.
It's
right. That's what it is.
As far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a Visco girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. And you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that
It is. Yeah. So the Visco app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media post.
It happens all the time.
Visco girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are 2 essential settings on the Visco app that you use for your look. and now it's translated from this app to real life.
Okay.
Wow, man, Preston. So when in school we had Crisco girls, we had a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah. Sure.
Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those are Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Westonality.
And Steve, they would go.
That's Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a Visco girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've
that
seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a Visco girl before anyone knew. He just wear a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Case, is your daughter into it? Or is she Visco? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know.
Is she
I don't know.
Visco?
I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic schools, so they all wear the same thing at school. And then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that this is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a
You
Visco
do?
boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
Baggy
clothes.
stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff? All these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A Visco girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody
the,
had to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because like things like this would happen over the course of a little while, and like in school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a movie, or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like the now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. Remember the fidget spinners?
Oh yeah,
like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom,
and everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this Visco Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$150
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
It says Giant Visco Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to start. We need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, and oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that like this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
That's
no, no, that's mine. You can't have that.
I oop.
But I oop is a
Can
thing.
we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
All right, how's I oop spelled?
I oop is I, the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh yeah. Again, it says I oop. Here, there's I oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media in a mic drop moment, as in I oop. Okay.
Because it says here, honestly, who says mic drop anymore? That's that's old
please.
now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone
he
on
looked
the
it up
show.
on BuzzFeed.
Research?
Yeah, no, I stalk 12-year-olds.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah,
Jasmine
thanks.
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and
All right, okay.
And that's funny.
And,
Okay.
And hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow.
Bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from
And yet we-
how they take off.
We can't get to take off.
Nobody can pronounce it.
And it's very hard.
That's the only thing.
I
Too many
it's much
syllables.
easier. All
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a Visco girl.
it's like going and looking at your X-rays.
Yeah.
I have some bad news. You're a Visco girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all. So I'm wondering what we could do. Maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's
or-
assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
Are you talking to me?
No, I was just saying that's like a positive workplace.
I just
put
knew.
all my stuff in there. It's a mess.
This morning, Kathy goes to me. She goes, "Oh, your area looks really nice, Steve." And Preston goes, "Oh, what about mine?"
Mine's just an absolute. It looks like an atom bomb went
It
off.
actually looks worse than the old office.
I haven't done anything. I just dragged all my crap in here.
Listen, I was
and
not
said
talking to you.
And
I was just saying in
Steve,
general.
your area looks very nice.
That's pretty mean.
Steve came in over the weekend and worked on his.
I did. Whereas Preston just poured it his
I
over.
just brought
Didn't
my
have
stuff over
chance.
and left it. I'm going to work on it today.
I was just complimenting Steve because the shelving in the new office was made specifically for his guys. Like,
Yes, my Batman.
It looks so nice. I wasn't saying it.
Kathy did it in the way where you're talking to one person, but your mouth is actually towards someone else who you want to make sure they hear that particular statement.
Your part of the office looks much better. The cleanly, orderly way you've approached your workspace is impressive.
I swear, I was not saying it because yours was messy.
It did feel good to purge, like
Oh my God, I
getting
love
rid of
it.
a lot of stuff. And I found files from like 2008, 2009 when we moved into that office.
I found that puppy I never gave Marissa.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Listen, to make me realize how long we've been in that office, I've had some stuff hanging in my area on the wall space there, notes that my sons wrote to me.
Oh, yeah.
In little kid
That's
handwriting
cute.
of Daddy, I love
Yeah.
you. I hope you have a nice day. I mean, that's how long we've been in that room. We've been in that room for 15 years.
And it does mean a lot because we started when we came here. First off, so that was not initially our first.
I guess
office
it hasn't been
was-
15 years.
Yeah.
It's been at least a dozen years,
Right,
though, but
because we were in a super. It was Kathy, you, and I were in that small office that used to be a closet. Yeah.
So here's another thing that you can do to help get past the post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Don't dwell.
Okay.
Don't dwell.
Yeah. Don't feel sorry.
Lou, I couldn't help but noticing that you're dwelling. Is it that obvious?
Doesn't dwell mean to just live, just to, just to
sort of
stay in one
ruminate,
place?
yeah.
Hanging out.
Don't dwell. Don't feel sorry for yourself, it says. Start some new office habits. This is how to beat the post-holiday.
Should you clean your office area?
The post-holiday vacation back-to-work blues. Clean your damn office. All right, how about this one? This is just this. Here you go. This is all it says you need to do. Reflect.
Wait, that's too close to dwelling.
Seriously.
Where's the delineation
That's
between
right.
reflecting and dwelling?
You're not supposed to dwell. However, you should reflect.
God damn it, Earl, I was reflecting.
Looked like you were dwelling.
Well, I wasn't. You nosy ass.
So it says here.
Gentlemen, what? Well, he's always saying I'm dwelling. I was clearly reflecting. My head was up with my chin cocked a little bit to the left. That's reflecting.
That's reflecting.
Dwelling is hands on the temples down.
Yes, yes, chin down. That would be
You
dwelling.
idiot.
Yeah. Lily Allen and Stranger Things star David Harbour dating.
This is way better.
I had to look up Lily Allen, and I still don't
singer?
know who she is. Is she a singer?
I believe so, right?
I think
don't know.
she's
A dancer.
Oh, no.
No, she was a dancer.
She's a dancer.
Oh my God!
Oh, I like her.
Oh, her brother's Alfie Allen from Game of Thrones.
And Lily Allen is from a while. She had career was on fire about 8 years ago, 9 years ago.
Her brother is Theon Greyjoy.
Yes.
From Game of Thrones, and she's a singer. No,
she was a dancer. Jinx! Oh my God!
Honestly, is she a singer?
She's a singer.
All right.
Her brother is Marcus Allen.
Honestly.
And Preston, is she a singer?
Yeah, she's a singer.
I'm not doing it. I'm
why not? No, she was a dancer. Jinx! Oh my God!
Stop. Gets worse.
Okay, I thought she was an actress.
No, she's a singer.
No, she was a dancer. Jinx! Oh my God!
Okay.
She had a couple of hits. She was at yes. What are some of her hits? We all know her hits.
Well, the girl that we're looking
birthday.
the girl that we have up in this photo, I think, is the actress that I looked up on IMDb.
No,
this
that's the
morning.
singer.
No, she was a dancer.
No, she was a dancer. Jinx! Oh my God!
Lily Allen, for Christ's sake, she's a musician, right?
Okay.
Are we looking up two different people?
There are a ton of acting credits for
No, those are soundtrack.
someone named Lily Allen. Those are soundtrack.
Yeah. Those are not acting credits.
Okay. We all
She was an
clear?
actor?
Are we clear? No. She's a singer.
She has a song called "F.U."
Okay. Yes,
Okay.
I know that one. All right.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyhow, they might be dating, her and David Harbour. Londoners have spotted the two out, hanging out, and of course, post about it on social media. Somebody wrote, David Harbour, when on earth did this happen? And it was alongside a screenshot of her, of her TV screen showing the couple at a boxing event.
Huh, good for him.
They first sparked rumors earlier this month when they were spotted taking in a West End performance of the Lehman trilogy.
Are we good enough friends with him now to just blow a call in?
Of course we are.
Yeah.
What time is it in London?
We did have a really good time with him.
Yeah.
He was
noon.
a super nice guy. Yeah, it's
So he's probably up.
Yeah, we give him a call.
Hello?
Yeah, David.
Yeah, David, it's Preston and Steve. Are you dating Lily Allen?
Yeah.
She's a singer, right?
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my God! What are Casey and Kathy doing on this
We
call?
just had to do that. We had to do that because this is funny.
Okay, bye.
Okay, Woody Allen, maybe persona non grata in Hollywood, but Scarlett Johansson would work with him anytime. The A-lister is one of the few stars to publicly signal her support for the director.
He was the original choice for Captain America.
I did not realize that he would actually.
I don't think the serum worked.
Yeah.
I don't feel very super.
He was the original guy.
Yeah. Imagine that. The thing opens up. Have I changed dramatically? He comes out worse.
Yeah. They go the opposite direction.
He got older.
He's aged. His eyesight has gone bad. He's wearing glasses now. His hair's falling out.
Ready to take on the Nazis.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan personally of their conduct.
Several stars.
They reach over. He just looks over. Stark's father reaches over and had the lever all the way to the wrong side. I'm sorry. I had it on skinnier. I should have pushed it to muscular.
Several stars, including Frida Pinto, Greta Gerwig, Colin Firth, and Mira Sorvino, expressed regret at working with him previously and pledged to never work with him again. But when the Hollywood Reporter asked Johansson, who worked with him on Match Point, Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and Scoop, she had nothing but good things to say about the 83-year-old, whose daughter, of course, accused him of sexual assault. He's denied all this stuff, but she said, how do I feel about Woody Allen? I love Woody, she told the Hollywood Reporter. I believe him, and I would work with him anytime. She said, I see Woody whenever I can, and I have had a lot of conversations with him about it. I have been very direct with him, and he's been very direct with me. He maintains his innocence, and I believe him.
Well, that's her prerogative to take it that way, and that's okay.
She said, but she also understands why others don't. She said it's hard because it's a time where people are very fired up, and understandably, things needed to be stirred up, and so people have a lot of passion, a lot of strong feelings, and are angry, and rightfully so. It's an intense time.
What a missed opportunity that they could have worked in the Avengers films together. It would have been so great.
I ran into somebody who works in our office, and I'd asked her what she did the night before. Maybe it was over the weekend. She's like, yeah, well, I went to an I Do barbecue, and blah, blah, blah. This is kind of skated over there. I'm like, hang on a second. What's an I Do barbecue? You guys ever heard of that before?
No, but I haven't.
Like an engagement party?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna vomit.
But only for people in the wedding party.
Right. Okay.
So
It's kind of where they do they ask them to be in the wedding party? Like that's part of the event.
I'm not really sure.
So I've been to like where they invite the bridal party over, and that's you're at a party, and they ask you to be in the bridal party. So
is that what that is?
You're going to a party, and you don't actually know yet until
you get to the party,
Right.
and then they say, by the way, you're all going to be in.
Or they ask you. Yeah.
Okay.
So do attendees at they don't know until some point in the evening when.
I mean, I think for my brothers, I knew I was going to be in my brother's wedding, but
Right.
yes, and then they gave us a bottle of wine, and on the wine, she had put in like a cute little saying asking us to be, it was a custom made wine label, and then it was a cute saying asking us to be in the wedding.
I would attend I'd prefer not barbecue. I prefer not. Yeah.
I actually never liked the idea of an engagement party, and so you can put a cute little name on it, right, and make things rhyme. And I'm not going to like it or dislike it any more or any less.
Well, that's what they do, though. Yeah, that's what whoever they are.
There must be some counselor, commissioner, somebody who puts together with the gender reveal stuff now. That went from 0 to 60.
I'm wondering where this started because there's an article on the knot.com, right, which is a wedding magazine and a wedding website. And so do you think that they wrote the article thinking that this might be a thing, or did they write the article because it already was a thing?
I think probably they can help boost it by reporting on it. Right. All the not readers. But I don't know. Usually, something has to have a little bit of traction before you report on it, right?
So yeah, I would think so. But so you have an engagement party, okay?
Okay.
You have, I guess now, an I do barbecue. You have to have a rehearsal dinner.
The rehearsal dinner is to me, isn't that that's the wedding party gathering,
That's
right?
what I always thought it was.
Well, but not anymore, because now if you have out of town guests, if you're going by their rules, you have to invite the out of town guests to the rehearsal dinner.
Right.
So, but out of town guests who are in the wedding party aren't expected to attend the I do barbecue,
I think the I do barbecue is taking over the engagement party. I don't think you're having an I do barbecue and you're having an engagement party. I think it's sort of one or the other.
Really?
Yeah.
But you would only
Because
invite.
an I do barbecue is an engagement party.
Yeah, but you're only inviting the people that would be in your wedding party.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I don't know if that's the case. I'm just saying that is also, I've been to parties where they only invite the bridal party.
Because let's say you have a big engagement party or your I do barbecue, but you're only inviting some of the people that are there.
Invite people can be in the direct wedding party.
But let's say you have like 50 people there, but you're only inviting like
Bed Bath and Beyond collection or something like that. I get stuff that people know my hobbies, and that helps.
So speaking of hobbies, one year I gave a gift, and I thought it was being funny.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not a bad gift. I just didn't get credit for the gift. Normally, when you buy a gift card, you get a nice round number, $10, $15, $20, whatever. So my wife is a voracious reader, so I got her a gift card to, this was Borders, and I thought it'd be funny to just go with like a random number. So it was like $15.71 or something like that. I thought that would be funny. Well, she still, I think to this day, thinks I gave her a partially used gift card. It was such a weird random number. I was like, no, I thought it would be funny to just, 1673.
right. Just a random number would be funny.
It apparently was not funny.
Apparently it was not funny.
No one told me.
I was not made aware.
I was not made aware that it was not funny. All right, we need to do the bizarre file, so we're going to do it now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Iron Hill Brewery's top-selling IPAs and holiday seasonal beers. They're now available everywhere. The craft beer is sold locally, and you can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click beer to find a retailer near you. Where do we start? I have some really good stories today. We're going to begin with this one. A 7-foot-tall beehive was found at a Florida beach house in which 80,000 bees had been busy manufacturing 100 pounds of honey behind a shower wall.
Whoa. Behind a shower wall?
Yes. Even
7 feet high.
The homeowners in Florida Shore Acres had grown accustomed to the occasional bee sting. They were tired of constant buzzing noises and had decided to bid goodbye to the uninvited guests by renovating their home. The family,
All I did was get out of the shower.
however, were in for a surprise after they called beekeeper Alicia Bixler, who tore away the shower wall in the bathroom to reveal the massive beehive.
God almighty.
The beekeeper had initially seen a tiny patch of the beehive from an opening in the bathroom, but once she began breaking down the wall tile by tile, she found the massive beehive that covered the entire area from the floor up to the ceiling. A video showed honey oozing out of the massive beehive by the simple act of lightly touching it.
You've had stories about this where people actually have honey seeping through drywall.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it gets that bad. The family members would hear a constant buzzing noise or would see a bee pop out when they were using the bathroom. Process
Well, don't turn on the bee spigot.
Moving away the bees from the shower wall and rehabilitating them was described by Miss Bixler. Essentially, she just had to find the queen, which is a little bit bigger and then the regular size, and she took the queen out, and everybody followed her, and she got him out of there. It's pretty crazy.
It's funny how it's the same situation you had, Case. If you find the queen and move the queen, they will follow.
Yeah. All right, how about this one? Two men bought a national lottery ticket scratch card. This is in England, using a stolen debit card details, and then they tried to claim the $6 million jackpot that they revealed to, to claim the jackpot.
It's written
they revealed have been jailed. Okay, so John Watson and Mark Goodrum went to London to beg, to essentially panhandle in 2019. They bought the winning card. They were found out when claiming the prize, as they revealed that they did not have a bank account despite using a debit card to buy the item.
Wow. So they
hit the numbers.
$6 million.
Yeah.
Or £6 million.
And no, it was $4 million. So I just kind of rounded up in ballpark number. It's in the $6 million range. Admitting fraud in court, they were both jailed for 18 months. The pair, who were both on probation following previous prison sentences, had the details of the debit card belonging to a man they didn't know, had the card number and expiry date written on his hand, on one of their hands, and used it to buy them. The court was told that one card had a $10 prize, which was claimed at the store, while another had the jackpot.
So what do they do legally that way? Because it was purchased illegally?
Yeah.
It's all null and void?
It's null and void. They don't get anything.
God.
Isn't that wild?
Jesus,
So had they
$6 million.
paid a few bucks for it, they would have won the millions. Crazy. All right, this is really disturbing. A northern Idaho man faces serious charges after investigators say they found a dead man's body parts in a microwave oven. The sheriff's office began investigating James David Russell on September 10th after finding the body of David Flaggett, who
What do you use, the popcorn setting on that?
70 years old in a rural area. Russell is charged with felony first-degree murder and felony cannibalism in an amended criminal complaint filed on Wednesday. Witnesses saw the body of Flaggett, the caretaker of the family's property, in a truck and suspected Russell had killed him. When deputies arrived, they found Russell wearing gloves. He ran into a building where a brief standoff ensued, with deputies taking him into custody. Deputies went to Flaggett's truck, where they found the body naked from the waist down, positioned awkwardly in the passenger seat.
Jeez.
In a probable cause affidavit, deputies noted duct tape bound Flaggett's wrists, and a section of his thigh and genitals were cut off and missing. It appeared the parts were removed after death. Now, the following day, investigators served a search warrant at Russell's home, and inside, detectives found tissue consistent with Flaggett's missing flesh. Investigators also found blood and tissue in a bowl inside the microwave.
Oh, man.
Some of the tissue indicated heat had been applied, possibly in the microwave, for 2 minutes.
Does it ever come out right if you heat body parts in a microwave?
Investigators could not locate one of Flaggett's testicles, his penis, and a portion of the thigh that was removed from his body. And investigators wrote in their probable cause affidavit, they believe Russell ate the missing body parts.
Did you eat one of those nuts?
Witnesses report that on the day of Flaggett's killing, Russell acted agitated and recently had been having mental health issues.
Well, he was hungry.
Court documents indicate while at a California hospital receiving psychiatric help in May, Russell reportedly told his family he wanted to, quote, cut chunks off his skin with a knife to cure his brain.
I get cuckoo when I'm hangry.
Once in custody, Russell appeared to not understand his rights and made an unsolicited comment about the property being private, saying, we don't like non-family on it.
Your Honor, are you saying I can't eat my friend's scrotum?
Wow. So he apparently that's what
beyond
he's being held for. Yep. All right, we're going to end with a nicer story. This is a heroic story. I like this one.
I like heroic stories.
A Saturday afternoon shift turned into an act of heroism for one Minnesota teen when 15-year-old Sydney Raley clocked in for her Saturday shift at McDonald's. She didn't expect to clock out as a hero. Sydney had been working at McDonald's for around 7 months and told CNN that this was just another routine weekend shift. The day had been mostly normal. Well, after handing a customer some of her food in the drive-thru, Sydney popped back out of the window to let her know that the rest was on the way. And that's when she noticed a woman was choking on a chicken nugget. She was coughing like crazy. She said, I noticed she was gagging. Her daughter was in the passenger seat, and she looked so freaked out, and I immediately knew, oh, no, she's choking. Sydney instructed both her manager and the woman's daughter to call 911. She jumped through the drive-thru window.
Wow.
Got out there and went to work. She told CNN that she took a Red Cross babysitter class at age 11, where she learned the Heimlich maneuver, and she said all that training immediately kicked in. The maneuver didn't work the first couple of times.
Yeah.
Both Casey and I have experienced that.
Say make sure you stick with it.
So she called on a bystander to assist. She said we worked together and we were able to successfully dislodge the food from her throat.
That's why I go immediately to a tracheotomy followed by a hysterectomy.
Eventually, the nugget was set free and the woman was able to breathe again afterwards. The woman was in shock but very thankful.
Could you imagine?
Sydney. Police officers showed up and they had a reward for the teen. They said, congratulations, you're a lifesaver and you're a hero. And they gave her $100 from a fund that they use for people who do good work in the community.
Hi, this is Gene Simmons. You've done some wonderful work with chicken nuggets.
This was the first time she had ever had to perform the maneuver, but knew the seriousness of it.
Good for her.
And to always be prepared. Now, around the corner were her parents, Tom and Stephanie, who were there to pick her up. Tom said that Sydney has autism. She was diagnosed when she was younger. She said, we always worried that it was going to be a challenge for her, and it's done a complete 180. It's actually been a blessing and a gift at this point. All things we worried about never happened, and her employer recognizes how important her actions were as well. So
that's a wonderful story.
Excellent, right? All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the B file for you this morning, my friend. Let's take a break and come back. Oh, yeah, Nick, you wanted to mention something. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So listen, I don't know if this is going to be the best Christmas present I've ever given or the worst or somewhere in the middle, but I wanted to present all of you guys with something. This is courtesy of my cousin's husband, Pete. I got you guys all velour tracksuits.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
Yes. So,
how's the business doing, by the way?
Believe it or not, Steve, pretty well. There was a segment on the Today Show the other day saying that velour tracksuits are in. They're fashionable.
You're an investor, yes?
No, I'm not really an investor. I'm just that was
no.
kind
That
of
should you
tongue-in-cheek.
should.
They're
But,
monogrammed.
Yeah, so these are monogrammed velour tracksuits.
Wow.
The name of the company is Velomino. And so, Preston, here's yours. They should be sizable.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Let's see.
That's funny.
This one's mine.
Mine's a nice royal blue.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, and there's pants to go along with it. So
okay.
This is Marissa's.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. And then we got some stickers from Velomino as well.
I like the embroidery.
Right? It's pretty nice.
It's got the
Steve?
Preston
thank you.
Steve logo on it.
Yeah, they're custom made. They're for the show. Casey?
All right, I'll come grab it.
Oh, that's excellent.
Velour's tracksuit.
That is so funny.
Velomino, and it says here, this ultra comfortable royal blue Velomino velour tracksuit feels like a coat of armor. Party armor.
Oh, yeah.
Go forth and do great things while looking great. And it says the best way to ensure that your Velomino tracksuit stays awesome is to machine wash inside out cold with like colors, machine dry on low temperature settings.
Steve has his on already.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, let me see.
Steve, it looks good.
Are they all blue?
Yeah.
They're all the same.
Oh,
we
no.
have to get a. This is going to
Yes,
be
we
our
do.
new show picture.
Yep.
can match.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
We got to do a show picture.
go.
Steve, that's outstanding. Wow. No, that's a great gift, Nick.
Yeah, so Velomino, and that you can. I'll
It is
post,
very comfortable.
post the info on Instagram and whatever. But it actually kind of started out as a joke, and now Pete has found some traction with these things, and and so people are buying velour tracksuits.
When we had the original discussion,
Yeah.
already the trend of the velour was catching on.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got
Well, you know
zipper
why
pockets.
it's catching back on is because the Kardashians started wearing it again.
Oh,
Really? Okay.
Well, that's a trend I didn't
And there are
want to support.
pants, too? Okay.
Yeah, pants go along with it. I'll get
Thank you,
those-
Nick McWhite. It's a Christmas miracle is what it is. Wow. All right. Well, we should take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We still have to find our winner for the Preston and Steve Gingerbread Studio, which the entries are fantastic.
It's unbelievable.
So we got to make that decision and a few other things, too. So we'll be back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
7 of them to be in your wedding
find
party. That's
your
kind of
Christmas
insulting to the other people that show up.
This is
Really?
useless.
That's like saying you have to put every single friend in your bridal party. I think you know who's.
But if you're at a party and you're not part of the list there.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, I'll just be waiting over here.
Yeah.
No.
Enjoy your being celebrated by the bride and groom, and I'll just stand over here and have my fruit.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
So you have all these parties. What are the ones involved with having a baby? There's a shower.
The
right?
Barber Briss.
The Barber Briss.
But listen, like the I Do barbecue and the gender reveal, I think are kind of organized so that you don't have to bring a gift. You're not bringing a gift to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Gender reveal?
Yeah, like it's more set up like the barbecue. Like come over for a barbecue. You don't quite know what it is, but whereas an engagement party is. If you show up without a gift, or at least for me, if I showed up without a gift, I would feel awkward.
All right, hang on. I just saw a text that came over. It said Connor Betts, he's an assistant producer here, went to an I Do barbecue. I'd like to know if he brought a gift with him to the I Do barbecue. Because, Kathy, I think you have to bring a gift to an I Do barbecue.
I don't know. Here, Connor's.
All right, we need an
walking him
explanation,
right now.
clarification, in case I, by some stretch of the imagination, get invited to an I Do barbecue. I want to know what to do.
Connor?
I did not bring a gift.
Okay.
Were you aware that it was an I Do barbecue before you attended?
Yes.
Okay, so that it's the premise of the I Do barbecue when it was presented to you that you were coming because you were going to be asked to be a part of this wedding party?
Yes, and I was not a part of the wedding.
All right, did your girlfriend bring a gift?
No.
Okay.
So when you went...
Do you know what I'm saying? Like the gender reveal is to come. We're all finding out together what the baby is going to be. You're not going to bring a gift to that. The the baby shower. Yes, that's the point of a baby shower. Your friends, your family, they're bringing gifts so that you can be prepared for when the baby comes.
Connor prefers to be called Moose.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
That's just a nickname from high school.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
High
Okay.
school into college, and everybody calls me.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I didn't know that. Nice to meet you, Moose.
So Moose, what was it like at the I Do barbecue?
Well, I didn't bring a gift, one, because they are wealthy and
Yes.
I am poor.
Right.
So I think my mom might have brought a gift, but I did not.
And so who with the cluster that you attended who was asked to be in the bridal party?
It was my friend's brother's engagement party, I guess. So then we were all friends with him, and it was a bunch of my friends, and then I was not asked.
Did they line you up?
I was back up.
Did they line you up in a row and then yes, no? Yes.
Yeah, it's like picking for kickball.
Right, yeah.
Right?
No. And then, Connor, you're there with the caterer standing there.
Yeah, it was me and the caterer and the dog.
Right, yeah.
was on the side.
These are the ones who will not be in our wedding party. Shame them.
Sorry, Moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
But you didn't go to the party expecting to be asked to be in the bridal party, right? Yeah.
Not even a little bit?
No.
it's
With
not.
how
It's
good
not
you look in a gown?
You don't have every friend you know in your bridal party.
No, but I'm saying this seems oddly. It is like being picked for teams in school.
No.
And you're left out of it.
No.
It's like, why not break up into shirts and skins?
Well, I had never heard the term I Do barbecue before, but apparently that's another one to add to the list with your gender reveals, your
Right.
sprinkles, your showers, your engagement
golden
parties,
showers.
your golden showers,
I mean,
Butterscotch bandits, your
and
hot
that's fine.
Carls.
overcomers.
Guys, you're combining things that
It's
don't.
disgusting.
It's not.
Yeah, Overcomer was a
We're
movie.
here
that
for
opened.
the hot Carl party.
What were you going to say, guys?
I just don't make your wedding more special than it really is.
Yeah.
You know,
Or do it since it's your wedding.
yeah.
Don't make it more special than it really is.
Because it might end up in a murder-suicide, you know?
Wow.
You're not special. This day isn't special.
It might end up in
They had an I Do barbecue.
They had
and
an I-
now he's dead.
Congratulations. It might end up in a murder-suicide.
I'm Keith Morrison. It started with an I Do barbecue and ended with Where'd You Bury the Body?
Pierre is in the studio, about ready to take over for the day.
It's a miracle.
It is a miracle.
It is a
isn't it?
miracle.
Every day's a miracle.
Every day's a miracle. Rodney brought me coffee this morning.
Oh,
That's awesome.
Rodney's the man.
If Rodney isn't the greatest already, he, on his way in, found some wonderful coffee for me and brought it in.
I have a Superman statue that I'm going to give Rodney. There's one statue that has not ported over to my office. I said, if anybody around here deserves the Superman statue, it's Rodney.
I would agree.
Yeah.
You need more figurines and statues, though.
I have space now, and they will be coming. They're ordered and on their way. In fact, one should be arriving at the house today.
Yeah. Claire, God bless her.
She really is a saint.
She is a saint.
Yeah.
But I'm sure she said, no more in this house. Send them to the office.
Absolutely. Work it is.
Are there pictures of the assortment?
Yeah, in the house. But there's still room in the house.
No, I mean up online, though.
Oh, yeah.
So that people can see how many Batman, Superman, other figurines you have.
Just go to our Instagram page.
Yeah. We posted yesterday. There's more on the way.
Yeah, so this is just beginning, but mostly featuring Batman and Iron Man.
Right. Okay.
Right now, I have to decorate properly.
Now, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. It's a miracle.
There you go. There's a picture of it in the studio right now.
Oh, this is the new office.
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah.
Yep. We just moved in the other day.
There's huge spaces where people would put books and tapes and various recording instruments, but Steve has used they're 5 feet high statues.
Yeah.
And
they're not 5 feet high.
All right. They're 4.5 feet high.
4.5 feet. Yeah.
And the Iron Man gets a giant Iron Man head.
That's a 1-to-1 scale Iron Man head.
Wow.
I'm so glad I listen. It looks good. You've organized it so nicely. I am proud of you. But I'm glad there's a buffer between me and you.
That buffer is Nick.
It's Nick.
Yeah.
I've started to straighten up my area.
You have. It's
and
looking
my collections are coming too. So I have display area finally. So I'm going to put some of my
Swords.
stuff up.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm going to do the swords.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
we'll
we
see.
threw the swords out.
No, I have a couple of swords. There's one like the Philadelphia Pipe and Drums brought us this really cool. It's engraved and everything. So that's for the show. I need to find somewhere for that. But I have other collections that I'm going to bring and display.
Are we going to do that thing that we were talking about? That one idea where we were floating?
We got to
around?
do that. Yeah. We'll hopefully get to that soon.
Okay.
That's an idea, and we'll get to it.
Yeah. We're not going to reveal what it is.
We're going to put a chopping board in the middle of the room and hang our pots and pans from the ceiling.
No, that's Kathy's sections, along with the doilies and the Martha Stewart tribute area.
You know what? I've always wanted that. I've never had a setup where I can hang my pots and pans from like a ceiling setup.
I like that look. My wife doesn't like it, so we didn't get it.
Here's why I do like it. It looks great. But you can't use the pots because once there's a stain and you hang it up, now it looks ridiculous.
Shut up.
I'm just saying that's when
Once
it doesn't
there's
look
a
good.
stain,
That's why
that shows that that's a working kitchen.
Which is
There
fine.
would
but
never
then
be a stain if it was me because they'd never be used.
me neither.
It would
That's
look
why I always
lovely.
wanted it.
It would work in your house.
Yeah.
See, that's why we should live together.
That's why we are married but stay apart.
Right. Forever.
I mean, you can't have sex all the time.
Well, exactly.
No, it's the perfect marriage. We don't live together and we don't have to have sex.
Yeah, you just love each other and then leave it at that.
We just love each other, and that's all
Kathy,
there is to it.
had she not met Dennis, she would have been married to a prisoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It'd be the perfect thing. What are you in for murder? Love it.
Right each other.
Yeah.
I didn't give away whatever it was I had yesterday.
You didn't?
So whatever that is.
It was a turkey.
It was a turkey.
We'll give it away today.
It was and pounds of steak.
And
so,
pounds of steak.
Yeah, not just a pound, several pounds of steak.
I would like 7 pounds of steak.
7 pounds of steak. You got it, Buster. Step right up to Pierre's Butcher Shop. I got all the blood you need.
You should get for Halloween one year. You should go as a butcher, like with blood splattered, apron and everything. That'd be perfect.
A vegetarian butcher with all the zucchinis hanging from
Yes, and mangled tofu hanging from my locks.
Mangled tofu hanging from your locks.
Mangled tofu would be like dreadlocks, but tofu locks.
Yeah,
I like it.
All right,
Actually, I
we're cooking
don't,
with gas
but anyway.
now, mustard.
Oh my God.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. John Travolta to our studio. Good morning, John.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing wonderful. Nice to see you.
You sound good.
Thank you. I feel good. I feel very good. You know what? As I was introducing you, and I said, "Welcome to Philadelphia." You shot a film here in Philadelphia.
I did. I shot Blowout.
Yeah,
which is a Brian De Palma great movie.
Yeah, thank you. I agree.
So this movie, we want to talk about The Fanatic, which is I started watching it. I wanted to go into it cold, and it's a big departure for the kind of roles that you play. Mm-hmm. It's a horror suspense, but it also takes a peek inside the world of TMZ and fandom run Fanatical. And your character is very unique. And from what I understand, the character was written with you in mind. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Fred Durst from the Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
He wrote it, and he directed it. And I will say that he is quite inspired as a director and as an actor even.
Right.
And he helped quite a bit. He would improvise with me prior to the takes, and he designed this character, and I understood it because I am a fan. I'm a fan as much as we all are. And I think if you don't understand that, whether it's sports or whether it's the arts or icons or whomever you admire, you can't do this kind of role.
It's funny because John, because I collect things. I'm a massive movie fan. I'm a huge fan of yours as well. And there's something that, and it's your character exemplifies in the movies. Well, just to be able to get the tactile sensation of touching something that a celebrity or there's this bizarre thing. I remember it's odd, as I was watching the movie, I was thinking the story that Gene Siskel of Siskel and Ebert, it was very important for him to own the white suit that you wore on Saturday night.
Correct.
And he owned that. It was like a holy grail for him.
Yes, so and then Jane Fonda bought it.
Right. So
you're completely correct. But this particular guy, this character I play, is he's a man-child. He is maybe a little bit on the spectrum, which explains his irrational behavior. However, that being said, he's picked on and bullied at work, and everyone bullies him, but he's so used to it that he handles it. But when his favorite person in the world bullies him, this movie star, he doesn't know how to handle it. He gets confused. And when he gets confused, he does really odd things. And you'll see in the film that he goes over the line, but so does the movie star.
Yeah, and
the movie star goes over the line equally as well, by torture.
And his inability to pick up on social cues, it takes it down a path where it's like, oh no. Right. And I got to tell you, John, the entire time while watching this movie, I don't think there was a moment where something on my body wasn't clenched.
Yeah.
Whether it was my hands or my mouth or even my butt cheeks. I mean, I was just like, it was tense.
Well, because it's
the whole thing.
Nothing times up. The point when you finally get to have this moment with Hunter Dunbar's his name is the character. He has a bad experience, and you just happen to come upon him at that time, and everything it never syncs up right. So that starts.
That's correct. It's also a movie about bad timing.
Yeah, and then some.
Because if he had just been in the right mood and had his autograph, he would have been over.
Yeah.
But of course, then we wouldn't have had a movie.
Yes.
But what I thought was brilliant was that I loved that your character before all that started to happen. So I almost felt bad, and I was like, well, it's not that bad that he's doing some of these things, But then it progresses into the movie. But you really made me love that character before you found out the other stuff.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted him to be loved because I feel like everyone is a little bit of the character Moose. We all have a little Moose in us. It's just how far do we take it? And if we didn't have Moose in us, how would we be, ourselves to create an effect on others?
Yeah, I might be in your plane later.
Well, Hunter Devin Sawa, is that the actor who's playing Hunter?
Correct.
Yeah. So again, nobody's all that awesome in this. Everyone's got, even his friends, or quote unquote friends, are not that good as far as friends.
Correct.
And I like that because that's sort of real. But I like also the peek into the side of the people who are out on the street who make money. You're dressing up as a Bobby, to pick up some money, and there are these things going on in that world that sort of, for some reason, Hollywood, when depicted in a seedier fashion, always appeals to me. It's like a Raymond Chandler sort of.
Well, also maybe that's a bit of the truth.
Yeah. But in a way, that's that's almost sort of enticing too. That bizarre aspect.
Yeah, I love how L.A. is depicted in this film. I think it's very real and tragic almost.
I thought in watching the movie at first, and now seeing you today, I probably know it's not the case, but I thought maybe you would cut your own hair. For the role?
No, it was really cool because I said, when I loved the script and wanted to do it, I said to Fred Durst, what do we do about how he looks? I mean, the Hawaiian shirt was an obvious kind of choice. There's bad shorts and bad sneakers and all that. But I said, what about the hair?
Yeah.
And the look? And he said, well, what do you think about mullets? And I said, I don't know. It's overdone. And he said, well, there's a lot of different kinds. Would you care to look? So I looked on the internet, about 100 different types, and boom, suddenly there was this dude with the exact haircut Moose has, with glasses. And I texted it to Fred, and I said, I found the look. I found it. And he said, I agree. This is the right way to go.
I have to tell you, I was at it, and when I saw this character of Moose, I've told you guys this story. I was at a convention one time, one of these conventions. I am a real fan like this, not Moose level, but And Adam West was there, the original Batman. So
man,
everyone's there.
Adam West,
There was a guy who looks exactly like your character in this knapsack, the whole thing, the backpack, with about 50 cans of Fresca in that thing, and that same sort of delivery. And you work on this character with that, Mr. West, and he's sort of that thing, and so your heart sort of that this is not just a hobby; it's his life.
And there is a difference. There's the professional fan that usurps signatures and sells them.
Right.
And then there's the guy that ain't selling nothing.
Yeah.
And is going to keep it. And that's Moose. Moose is not getting rid of any of his memorabilia at all. So how do you detect the difference? I don't know.
Yeah.
But definitely there is a difference.
And you're known to be fan friendly.
Them are.
Thank you very much, Kathy. So we have a few prizes sitting around, and if we do not give them away, they will go to waste because we are off as of today.
We can't do that.
I think we're going to try to play once again. We had this the other day, and we had some left over. Is our crappy flute Christmas carols. Yeah. Which is a Name That Tune. Really easy game to play.
Perfect for the season.
So let's get callers on the line at 215-263-WMMR. Case if I could get some music to fill that out with, that'd be great. And we'll get you on board, and we will play a song for you and see if you can indeed identify the song. And if so, we'll give you a prize. It's that simple. So
Nice.
215-263-WMMR. That is the number. And while we're getting ready for that and getting the callers in, Case, can you roll out some of the prizes, what we might have to give away this morning?
Yes, you know what? We are going to have a bunch of cases of the Elysian Space Dust IPA. We also have Clifford the Big Red Dog on digital.
I want to see that.
I know, me too. And then we have one last pair of tickets for the Burt Kreischer show on New Year's Eve. It's the 10 p.m. show at the Met. So we only have one pair of those left.
All right, well, let's see what you can do. 215-263-WMMR. Any idea how many songs we have or we didn't go through? Because I don't have the list of...
I know. Everything I have
we
right
did or
here, we got
didn't.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Oh, we got plenty. Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, I love it. So we'll start this up with, I believe, Rick. Hi, Rick. You are on the air. Good morning.
Morning, guys.
All right, Rick, we're going to play the Crappy Flute Christmas Carol. Real easy. We just play the song, you identify it, you win. It's that simple. You ready to give it a try?
Let's do it.
All right. I love these. All right, here is our first one. Wait, we already did this one, I think.
No, everything that we didn't do.
Okay. All right, here we go. I gotta believe that's got
Full ensemble.
Yeah. I gotta believe this is probably the easiest one we have.
Oh, come on, yeah.
So we'll see if Rick does indeed know it. Rick, any idea?
I'm going to go with Frosty the Snowman.
I'm gonna say you're right. Yep.
What gave it away?
You got it, Rick. And here is the prize that we have for you, sir.
It is a case of Elysian Space Dust IPA. Elysian Space Dust balances bitterness with a sweetness of hop flavors like grapefruit, mango, and orange, and you can enjoy it at Enza Pizzeria and Wine Bar in Windmore.
May I comment on how comfortable velour is? Because I had no idea. I'm still wearing the jacket. Casey and I are wearing the full suits, and I feel it's almost pajama level.
It's pretty great.
It is incredibly comfortable. I had to take mine off because I was starting to get sleepy.
I don't blame you, man.
That's how comfortable
I
it is.
feel really settled in right now. Okay.
I just need a bra in velour, and then I'm set.
We're going to go next to Bill. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, good morning.
All right, buddy, we're playing the Crappy Flute Christmas Carol. You ready to try it?
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right, here is your song.
So pretty. Gorgeous.
You think that's enough for him?
I think it is.
All right, we will see if Bill can get that one right. Hey, Bill.
Hey.
All right,
I think
Bill.
I know it.
What is it?
It's Oh Holy Night.
Damn right. Yeah. Hang
One of
on,
my
Bill.
favorites, Oh Holy Night.
You got a prize, and it is as follows.
You got a case of Elysian Space Dust IPA with balances of bitterness and a sweetness of hop flavors like grapefruit and mango and orange. You can enjoy it at Hawkeye's Country Tavern, and that is at 1100 Route 113 in Percy.
All right, up next is Mike to give it a shot. Hey, Mike.
Hello, Preston. How are you this morning, sir?
We are doing wonderful, Mike. You ready to play this game?
Yes, I am.
We got a fresh one. Listen up. Here we go. That actually sounds... What the hell is that? God.
What happened?
I was about to say, that actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah. And then the whole hell broke loose.
And then it switched. All right, so we will see if Mike can get it right. Mike?
'Tis the season to be jolly.
That is not the name of the song. I am sorry, Mike. It's a good try, but we're going to have to go to Zach.
He knew it. He just didn't know the title.
Zach, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, bud. So did you hear that one, or do you want to hear it again?
Let's hear it again.
All right, hang on a second. Back it up just a little bit. There you go.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Got the exciting conclusion at the end of it. All right, we'll go back to Zach. Hey, Zach.
Yo.
All right, what song is that?
Deck the Halls.
Deck the Halls.
There you
yes,
go.
That is correct. Hang on a second. Got to get the title, so unfortunately.
The guy went to the second, stanza, whatever that's called, and he didn't start with. He went because it's Deck the Halls, and then he goes, "'Tis the season." So we started with "'Tis."
Right.
Yeah.
Should have been Deck.
Yeah.
Always
What do we
Deck
have,
over Tiz.
What do we have for Zach?
For Zach, we have a case of Elysian Space Dust IPA. It balances a bitterness with a sweetness of hop flavors like grapefruit, mango, and orange. And you, Zach, can enjoy that at Berwyn Tavern, which is at 625 Lancaster Avenue in Berwyn.
All right, we have another one ready to go. Lynn gets to take a shot at it. Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning.
All right, Lynn, you ready?
Yes.
Hang on a second, and this one might be kind of hard because the title sometimes can be elusive to people, but here we go. Enough.
Yeah.
I will go to Lynn to try and get the answer. Lynn, do you know what that song is called?
That is an incredibly chaotic version of Carol of the Bells.
She got it.
Yeah!
Carol of the Bells.
That
Yep.
one has a little bit of menace to it. I always like that.
Yeah, it's got.
Like you better get your S together.
There's a minor key element to it that makes it feel a little bit edgy.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
It's the heavy metal of Christmas carols.
Lynn, you just won yourself a pair of tickets to see Bert Kreischer on New Year's Eve at 10 p.m. at the Met. It is the Birdie Boy Relapse Tour, and tickets are available now. They're on sale now at Ticketmaster, and you can get all the information you need at WMMR.com. The 7 p.m. show is sold out that night, but the 10 p.m., there are some tickets that are still available.
By the way, some people are saying that their pets are reacting oddly to this particular contest.
Kidding.
So, yeah, we apologize.
That's funny.
I'll go to Bryn. Hey, Bryn, are you there? Or Brian?
Hello?
Oh, Brian. I'm sorry. I thought it said Bryn here. Hey, Brian. How you doing, bud?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You ready to play?
Let's go.
A fresh Christmas carol for you, my man. See if you can identify this one. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right.
It only takes so much.
I had to hear most of that beginning because it was just pure genius. So, Brian, any idea?
I'm sorry, I have no clue.
Kidding.
Wow.
That's a. I thought that was a gimme.
Thanks, Brian. I'll bet you Samantha can get that one right, though. Hi, Samantha.
Hi, good morning.
Hey. So, do you know what song that was?
I think it was I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa.
Oh, no, it was
similar,
not.
but no.
Sorry, Samantha. We'll try Morgan out on the same one. Hi, Morgan.
Hi, good morning. Is it Ann Gorski's birthday yet?
No, we still got a little ways to go, so you got shopping time. Morgan, do you know what song that was?
Is it All I Want for Christmas Is You?
It is the now classic from Mariah Carey. Hang on, Morgan, because here's what we've got for you.
You got a case of Elysian Space Dust IPA. It balances bitterness with the sweetness of hot flavors like grapefruit, mango, and orange, and you can enjoy it at Enza Pizzeria and Wine Bar in Windmore.
All right, we have another one ready to go, and this one is Selena that we're going to talk to. Hi, Selena.
Hey guys, Abba Pepper and Onions.
Abba, peppers, and onions to you as well, and to everyone. You're right, Steve, in the name of the holidays.
Abba, peppers, and onions.
All right, Selena, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Here is a new one. Hang on, and we'll fire this up for you now. I think we can now let her take a stab at it. All right, Selena, what is that?
Is that Holly Jolly Christmas?
It is!
Yeah! Well done!
You got it. Hold on a moment, Selena. Here's what you have won.
All right, you have a case of Elysian Space Dust IPA, and you can enjoy it at Berwyn Tavern, 625 Lancaster Avenue in Berwyn.
All right, we have another person ready to play, and that person is Pat. How you doing, Pat?
Merry Gadzooks.
Merry Gadzooks to you. All right, Pat, a new one. Hang on the line. Let's play this for you and see if you can win a prize. Here we go.
Not bad.
All right, that's pretty easy. Okay. Kathy's actually kind of bobbing her head along. Enjoying
Rock it out.
All right, Pat, give it to me. What song is that?
Is that One Hippopotamus for Christmas?
It is not. Oh, sorry, buddy, but thank you for trying. We will go next to Barbara. Hey, Barbara.
Hi.
All right, Barbara, do you know what song that was?
I was going to say the same thing. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas.
Take another guess.
Yeah, guess something else.
All I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth.
No. Thank you for playing, though. We appreciate it. All right, maybe Michael will get it. Michael? Michael? Hey, bud. All right, do you know what song that was?
Yeah, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
Yes. Tis indeed. Hang on, Michael. You won, and I think we got some more beer for you.
We do. We have a case of Elysian Space Dust IPA. It balances bitterness with the sweetness of hot flavors like grapefruit, mango, and orange. You can enjoy it at Enza Pizzeria and Wine Bar in Windmore.
All right, we got a couple more to go. I will.
3 more. Wait, no, 2 more.
Two more. All right. Wait, Michael. Let me put you back on hold. It is Chris. We're gonna go to. Hi there, Chris.
Yeah.
All right, Chris. Why does it say Michael in it?
Michael.
They moved the name. All right, anyway. Stop.
Michael.
Mikey.
Sorry, Chris. Don't mind us. All right, Chris, you ready to try? You ready to try it?
Absolutely.
All right.
Come on now.
No, Chris, it's not that. That's not the one. It's,
I listen to that periodically.
Really?
Yeah. I have that on my iTunes.
that soundtrack?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
All right, it's this one. Here we go. Okay, that's enough of that. All right. Dan, I keep answering the wrong damn line. All right, Chris. All right, Chris, do you know what it is?
It's a masterpiece after my own heart, and it's We Wish You a Merry Christmas.
You are correct. Yeah! Yep. Hang on, Chris. Here's what we got for you.
It's a case of Elysian Space Dust IPA. Balances bitterness with a sweetness of hot flavors like grapefruit, mango, and orange. Enjoy at Berwyn Tavern, 625 Lancaster Avenue in Berwyn.
All right, we have one more, right?
Yep, that's
one more, and we will let Dan go for this one. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Annabelle.
Oh, nicely done.
Hang on.
Annabelle. Some people call her Annabelle.
Yep. All right.
Annabelle.
There it is. All right, Dan, hang on. We got a new one for you, and here it is. All right, we'll see if Dan gets that one right. Dan?
Oh, I think it's Rocking Around the Christmas Tree.
Yep. Hang on, Dan. You get the last prize.
You got a case of Elysian Space Dust IPA, which balances bitterness with a sweetness of hot flavors like grapefruit, mango, and orange. And you can enjoy it at Hawkeye's Country Tavern at 1100 Route 113 in Percy.
So what's the lyric? The new, is it the new
old-fashioned way?
New old-fashioned way.
Yes.
Okay.
In the
Never
new-
quite understood that.
New old-fashioned way. Yeah, it's kind of a oxymoron, right?
Stupid.
That's
just so dumb.
You are so
freaking
stupid.
ridiculous.
Stop that dancing.
Hey, so I know we got. I should probably do this. A junk drawer.
A holiday version of the junk
'Cause
drawer?
we normally do that on a Friday, and if I don't get to some of the stories, they go bye-bye, and
Okay.
this will be for the end of the year. So
We
maybe
can't
we can
have
do
that.
a short junk drawer.
Okay.
Just a couple of things.
Wait.
I'm sorry, you weren't ready. Yep. All right. All right, I do have a couple of holiday junk drawer
Oh, excellent.
thingy things.
So excited.
So I'm skeptical when I read that there's a shortage on this, a shortage on that, until I have real life experiences. So I saw this yesterday. There's a candy cane shortage.
I saw this.
Kathy, we went to 6 different places last
And
night.
no candy canes?
We finally found candy canes, and we bought all that they had.
Well, that's why there's a shortage.
Yeah, they're gone, man.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm so glad that I kept the candy canes from last year.
Oh, nice. They last forever
Aren't
anyway.
they pretty much indestructible?
Yes.
You know what? Last year, I don't know what I was. This is what I do. Like I told you guys, I'll go out last minute. Like I had like 3 boxes of candy canes. I got one kid who was eating 3 boxes of candy canes. So I had leftover candy canes, and that's what I used all this year.
You're hoarding for your family. It's the right thing to do.
I still got one from last year that I got in my stocking. It's one of those thick ones. It's a thick rod.
Yeah, oh my
it's a
God, man.
totally
No, it
thick
looks
rod.
like the spirit stick.
Yeah.
Like that size, right? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
If they get chewy, then that's not good.
Yeah,
Right?
you want
Like-
them to be brittle.
Yeah.
Right, right. But kids still
don't care.
Well, no. They still suck on them until it turns into a dagger, right? That's the thing.
That's what you have to do.
You have to.
What's the purpose of doing it if you can't turn your candy into weapons?
By the way, have you ever watched them make candy canes?
Yes,
in the
it's
process?
amazing.
It is
amazing.
mesmerizing.
It is actually soothing to watch it.
You know, Mark Summers was at one of their factories.
Yes.
What was that show that he did?
Unwrapped.
Unwrapped, yeah.
The Wire.
No, not The Wire.
That and taffy machines.
Yeah.
I just am mesmerized
The
by
folding.
the shape. Kathy, yeah. So they take that candy syrup, whatever it is, and they fold it into, and they keep folding it over and folding it over. And it's almost like, the way they temper swords. They
Yes.
fold them and flatten them and fold them and fold them and fold them and flatten them.
A Japanese samurai sword.
It is wild to watch how those
Watch.
things are made.
So-
I'm fascinated by it.
We're showing, it's on the screen here in the studio.
Yeah, we're watching a video of how they make these things, and eventually
and the folding and this kind of thing.
the wrapping and the pulling and
wrapping, the Christmas and the wrapping and the things and the red and the white and the folding.
But the way that they get their signature, red and white stripe, and then they kind of twist them so that shape wraps around. It's just a really cool process.
So there's the process now where they're putting the ribbon into it.
That's how big it
That's
starts?
how big, dude.
Oh my
It's a lot.
gosh.
Yeah,
That's,
it's like
that's
the
one
size
candy cane.
of it.
Two people need to lift it.
Yeah, it's like the size of. It says it weighs 100 pounds, and it's the size of a really large, like a tree trunk. So it's pretty wild if you get a chance to watch video on how they make those things. So the New York Post reported some logistical issues that can be traced back to the pandemic have led to a candy cane crisis, with various retailers claiming that they've had trouble filling the shelves this year. The U.S. is a leader in peppermint oil production, by the way, accounting for 70% of the world's output of peppermint oil. Wow. And
Suck it, world.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture says production has fallen nearly 25% over the last decade. Various factors may be the cause of a decline in production, including an incurable and deadly fungal disease.
Sweet.
This, coupled with the supply chain issues, mean it's harder to get peppermint oil.
Damn, I love my holiday fungal disease.
So we went to a grocery store, and the only thing that they had were Jelly Belly candy canes.
It's not the
okay
same
with that.
effing
Yeah,
thing.
but Kathy, so we needed to buy like 40 of them because she was taking them to class.
Okay.
They were $1.50 each. I'm like, there's no
yeah.
way
Yeah.
I'm spending $70
On candy
on
canes.
candy canes. So we didn't buy those, and we eventually found the little bitty, where you can buy like 50 of them in a
Yes.
pack, and we bought like 200 of them because there's a lot of people, in the class, and they're getting these little bitty ones. But it took forever to find those.
I know it's a mainstay and a staple, but but you say you had trouble finding them at all, right?
Well, I didn't look because
Okay.
I have 19 boxes in my basement.
Oh, there's,
Yeah, and
she's like a candy cane hoarder.
But
Maybe a whole A&E
I didn't
series
do it
based on candy.
I didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah.
It just I went down there. I was like, well, okay, I have candy canes.
I have 5 metric tons of candy corn.
Yeah, so I'd seen this story, and I was like, whatever, man, I'll be able to find candy canes. And then sure enough, we went to several different places. We eventually found them at a Walgreens.
You looking for candy canes?
Right? Yeah, I had to find somebody out front.
Hey, you looking for candy canes?
All right, let me see what else in the junk drawer here.
Oh, here we
I have another holiday junk drawer stories. So the question is, can you spoil a child with too many Christmas gifts?
Yes.
Maggie Dent is an Australian parenting author and educator, and says, too many toys can limit a child's creativity and lead to an addiction to things, which children can tend to get bored with easily. She advises parents not to overdo it with Christmas presents, adding, save your money to provide delicious, quality food instead.
Like candy canes.
And create enjoyable experiences that you can have with your kids.
Yeah, sure. The kids will love that.
Oh my God! Leading up to Christmas, you're looking through that food catalog as you're a little kid. Oh my God!
I can't wait to see
I can't wait to have this T-bone on.
I hope I get some pate.
Mashed potatoes and gravy.
She said it's better to give a well-intentioned gift that really meets a special interest in your child. Dent
they'll
also
appreciate
says that you should be careful to avoid giving gifts that prompt sibling rivalry, and try to get gifts that get your child, quote, off the couch.
You know what would be the perfect gift for kids? Velour.
Yeah, galore this year.
Well, I do that, Preston. Like, I mean, he does love video games, but I will, and I know we sent Santa. I sent Santa my own letter saying, "Here's what you should get, Jace."
Yeah.
And it was, things that will, most of it outside, so that he will go outside and play something.
Oh, no, this not. Another letter from this chick.
But you know what?
Please don't get my salary. God, what a nightmare it must be living in that house.
But Kath, all three of my kids played basketball, but Santa only brought one of them a basketball because he said, "You're the best one at it." And
so you're doing exactly what the list says not to do.
Wow. And, the sibling rivalry thing, that can't happen if you have kids comparing who got what and who got the better gift.
Santa always makes sure that each kid has the same amount of presents every single year.
Absolutely. But the dollar value is way off.
No, the dollar value is also pretty on point.
Did you like your spatula?
Because Santa doesn't know if Santa's keeping count. He doesn't know if the kids are keeping count, but the kids are probably keeping count.
Under the tree, do you have so for multiple siblings? Did you have your like wedge section where your Santa would put the presents?
Oh, yeah.
No, were
Yeah.
they interspersed amongst?
We had Santa color coordinated.
Is that right?
House. So,
Wow.
yeah, so Carter always got blue packages, Parker always got green, and Caroline always got pink. He just did it that way, and so they were all over the place.
Guys are friggin' genius.
That's great to bring different wrapping paper. Case, I've got a friend who I was actually just talking to her over this weekend. She literally counts the boxes to make sure that they're getting the same amount.
And you might have to throw a couple of different presents. I mean, Santa will have to throw a couple of different presents in
To
one
even out
box just to make sure that they're all even.
You can do that too. So
a humidifier.
Here's another junk drawer item that has to do with the holidays. More people are expected to make holiday gift returns this year as online sales surge. This is right.
I should do like a how to return, best way to return items.
You should do a YouTube tutorial on how to return items.
I should.
You're a
Do an
genius.
OnlyFans.
No, Steve, what? Can I make money off
You should do that. You should do that. But these horn dogs are tuning in, and you're teaching them how to bring stuff back to Coles.
Kathy,
The hell is this?
Last year I had you call because my son, I bought Ray-Bans for my wife online, and they never
And they got
came.
lost.
And they got lost. And
I remember this.
They never arrived, and then Kathy made the phone call for me. And
did I?
Yes, you did. Thank you, because I got Ray-Bans in the mail like the next day, and then like a couple of days later,
You got the
other
lost
ones
ones?
came. And the best part is my wife hated them. So Preston's wife and Chuck's wife both got pairs of Ray-Bans for Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
That's great.
And skydiving lessons.
So Optoro is a company that manages returns and excess inventory and estimates that 2 out of 3 consumers will return at least one gift during the holiday season this year. Approximately $66.7 billion worth of product
It's like
is
$1 billion.
forecasted to be returned by the end of the year.
It's my
Potentially,
personal shopper.
potentially causing supply chain constraints as retailers face shipping delays, of course, increased transportation costs, and labor shortages. The National Retail Federation expects 2021 online sales this holiday season to reach $222.3 billion, a 13% increase compared to last year. In addition, consumers started holiday shopping earlier this year, trying to avoid supply chain disruptions, and as a result, the retailers are seeing returns earlier than usual as well. But it's supposed to be a record number of returns this year. So,
I love this time of year. I love the whole thing. I love having all my shopping done. That's a big deal. But I don't end up shopping for a lot of people. Whatever I buy for Dr. Mike, because we exchange, ends up, and we both buy things from that end up being taking forever to get shipped. So he'll get his like mid-August. But that's the way it goes. But for the most part, everything else I've accounted for, which makes it so much easier to enjoy the holidays.
Well, I usually will do my returns, and along with it, I'll do some shopping for next year. Usually, I just get like holiday decorations or wrapping paper, stuff like that, if I need it, because it's all goes on sale. I mean, immediately it'll be 50% off. You'll go up to like 75, 80% off sometimes. But this year with the
supply chain,
I don't think that there's going to be anything left over in the stores to put on sale.
how do you guys feel about because I've had this happen, and I almost did this year, when you do realize you found a perfect item,
yes,
and it's not going to get here till mid-January. What do you feel about taking a photo of said gift and saying, "Here's what I got you"? It's not
I've done
gonna
it
be here yet.
easier. start a bad fight with that person.
Okay, and that way you don't.
I don't even want to see you. I don't want to see you in February.
I'll usually
Because it doesn't
skip that.
bother me at all.
No.
It would not bother
happens
me
to
in the slightest bit if somebody said, I got you this, it's not going to be here till so-and-so, sorry about that.
It
So
happens
doesn't
to the
bother me.
best of us, and sometimes there's just you know. Now we're so used to Preston almost instantaneous
Yeah.
getting of the packages.
Yes.
You forget where it would be customary to see 2 to 3 weeks.
Right.
You know,
and sometimes I'll find something on, say, like Etsy, which
Yes.
is not Amazon.
And
Amazon will get it to you tomorrow.
Right.
Can't rely on
Etsy will
that.
get it to you in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
There was
and
one
that's
thing I
what it
was
usually
looking at
works.
as a possible gift idea, and it was almost like a nostalgic blowback, Preston. 5 months to receive this thing. I'm like, dear Christ.
But that's like Etsy. The reason I end up ordering things from there is because there's really unique stuff.
Yes.
It's hard to find.
Not mass
elsewhere.
produced.
Yeah, and so, but you know, you might run into that problem. So, all right. Anyhow, those are
What?
okay. Just a few. I think that's it for the junk drawer, as I have no more holiday stories. But we do have some things that we need to get to. A couple things. We need to, in this commercial break, we need to figure out who's going to be our winner of the gingerbread studio contest.
Massively daunting.
It's going to be hard.
Yeah.
We have Marissa has put all the photos up on the studio walls here for us to take a look at. and
These entries are sheer genius.
It's going to be hard to determine, but we got to make that decision because you know what? I want to do a connoisseur when we return.
Is the Crack House up?
And it's a food related. The Crack House is the one that says CUN.
Oh,
It's got the C word on it.
Are we gonna vote on air? Or are we just gonna decide it off air?
I think we need to do it off air.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back with a winner here in a moment. So let's get to that. Let's take a break. Come back. Don't forget we do have a secret text word chance for you to win the movie June on digital. Text word secret to 39333. We'll get a winner a little bit later on. Also, our Word of the Week prize is going to be given away today as well. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. When the opportunity is right and that person does approach you
respectfully.
Yeah, respectfully. Do you know what you're giving them? I would think, this is a very special moment for them.
Absolutely. And I grew up being a fan, so I understood.
Right.
And I remember a very famous movie star who will remain nameless, but he kind of, just discarded my this is before I was famous. And I decided that if I ever became famous, I would never do that. So I live by that motto, But again, how do you navigate the line of privacy? And
It is a tough line because, and again, with people who approach you, and we always think in that. Listen, we're on local radio, but whatever the stories, if somebody comes up. It's every time the edict is you shake hands, you say hi, you do the deal because that's an important thing, and sometimes as what happens with Hunter, the star in this, he lets his life cloud his remembering because it starts off with a quote from him: "I'm nothing without my fans," but he doesn't abide by that.
Well, sometimes there are good people that are bad celebrities.
Yeah.
Let's face it.
Right.
So my cure to that always has been don't go out unless you're in the mood for it.
That's good. Good rule. Yeah.
Are you in the frame of mind if you go out to dinner to be interrupted, bothered, whatever, take pictures? And if you are, go out.
Yeah.
If you're not, that's just part of the very small price you pay for this glorious life that we have.
Well, case in point, in 1996, you met a nice 21-year-old young man in Beverly Hills, California, and I had a job at the time where I was driving around cars for Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Beverly Hills, and I saw you, and the only thing that I could think to say was, "Oh my God, that's John Travolta," and you came over and you looked me in the eye just like you did 10 minutes ago and shook my hand and said, "Hi, it's very nice to meet you." And then you went about your day, but you couldn't have been more pleasant. And I've heard countless stories of how kind you are to people, and it's not hard to be nice. And I think people just lose sight of that. It's really easy to just be a decent, nice person to everybody else.
Let's face it, what you resist, you become. The more you withdraw from it, the worse it gets. So just, own it.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to tell you on the shaved head thing, I endorse it 100%.
You look good.
There's a movie that I love of yours. A lot of people are not familiar with it. They should be. It's From Paris with Love.
Oh, hell yeah.
And damn, you are the baddest badass in that movie. Preston, this movie will rock your world.
Okay, I haven't seen
and
it.
John is amazing at it. Who's
That's
the
a
director
fun
of that?
movie. That's the guy that did oh gosh, you've tested me now.
Yeah, he's great. He's done a whole bunch of stuff that's similar.
Fantastic.
But did you enjoy making that film?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Because they were demanding stunts and action that I've never had done before, and I had to do them myself. And I loved the badass character. He was just whatever. He was bold.
Yeah.
Pierre Morel, is that it?
Yes, there's
Pierre
some.
Morel.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, I looked it up.
You've
so.
saved me.
What would you prefer, stunts or dancing?
Dancing.
Come on.
Any day.
Well, did Pitbull inspire? He?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's your buddy. You're in a video of his.
I love my Pitbull. He's. I met him 3 years ago just to reach out and tell him, how much as a fan.
Right.
And then he's such a brilliant entrepreneur. He got thinking about it, and he said, maybe I should have put him in one of my videos dancing, because nobody's dancing very much anymore.
Right.
He does, but
Right.
nobody else really. So I thought, well, hell, I'll join him. And
I think Christopher. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think Christopher Walken has danced in every single movie, even if it's for just a
Tiny
quick
bit.
shuffle step. I think in every
He's
single role he's ever done.
Got a Broadway history. Music. Yeah,
And you danced with him in Hairspray.
I certainly did.
Yes.
He played my husband.
That's right.
So I wanted to ask you, because you had 3 movies in a row that I really loved of yours, and it started with Wild Hogs. I can't believe I loved it as much as I was laughing out loud.
It's a funny movie.
It is a funny movie. It really is. It surprised me with how funny it was. I don't know if that's a backhanded compliment or whatever, but
no, it's a funny movie, and who would have thought a bunch of old guys in motorcycles would be that funny?
But your character as Edna Turnblatt in Hairspray, and I love that movie. I have songs from that movie in my iPod. You Can't Stop the Beat is a really, really great song.
Great. Yeah.
And then followed by Bolt. And speaking of songs,
he's not kidding.
I'm not kidding. I have I Nearly Lost You. It was a duet that you did with Miley Cyrus. I have that on my iPod.
Do you really?
I do. And I thought you sounded great in that. So this is a long diatribe. But what do you prefer, singing or dancing?
I'd still prefer dancing, but I enjoy singing because I did both as an early professional. In order to work in New York, you had to sing, you had to act, you had to dance. 3 chances of getting employment.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed all of them,
Yeah.
but I'm most comfortable dancing and then probably acting and singing. I just happened to be able to hold a pretty good tune,
Well,
and I had a very high, like almost a high baritone or tenor.
You still do.
Voice, yes.
You still do. I mean, in Bolt, in that song, and I would ask anybody that has an iTunes account or whatever, listen to the song if you haven't heard it before. It's the song that ends.
He's played it for us many times.
Maybe, but it's the song that runs at the end of the movie.
Well, it just seems that my voice is like, for instance, You're the One That I Want in Greece.
Yeah.
And Bolt song, there's this high, range that I sing in that it's kind of different than most people. So it's kind of identifiable as my niche or something as a singer.
I love the way you sing. You're the one that, because you're the one that I want.
A lot of yodels in that song.
A lot of yodels. So with the career as long as yours, getting back to the Fanatic,
it's biblical, yes.
It seems I never hear stories of you. There never seems to be a situation like a moose ending up. You don't seem to draw that kind of.
I don't, because I think because I embrace my fans.
Yeah.
And I actually communicate with them. There is not that urge to. I'm not a mystery as much, and I'm not a can't have.
Right.
And as soon as you become a can't have, it starts a frenzy.
Do you so some people are calling it a horror suspense. Do you like things of the things that make you uncomfortable?
I like the ones I've done. I love Carrie. When I was a kid, I did that movie. And
was that your first major film?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with Brian De Palma, and then we got together again for Blowout, and I certainly love that.
Which is so we work obviously with audio. It took the classic film Blow Up and made it audio.
Yes, exactly.
And so I remember thinking, and I thought with the editing and all that stuff, it actually was one of the things like I think I want to do this. But Brian De Palma is a brilliant director. Did you see the documentary on him recently?
I haven't.
He goes on about you in it, and just nothing but accolades and working with you. But it's a really cool insight to the movie.
When did this come out? I'd love to see it.
I watched it on iTunes.
Netflix,
Yeah,
iTunes?
It's probably all over the place.
I'm gonna have to see that one because I love documentaries.
Yeah.
I mean, they're my favorite. entertainment.
There's actually CNN is doing a good series on movies now, a documentary series, and you are figuring prominently in it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Two things to watch.
John, I wanted to ask in The Fanatic, your character Moose mentions a couple of times somebody you've worked with before, and that's Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
And
she's got 2 pools.
I got a kick out of hearing that because I'm sure you guys are friends or have been over the years, and maybe it's been a while. But has word gotten back to her that, or have you heard from her that she's mentioned in that?
Not yet, but soon. Soon, I invited her to the premiere, so maybe she'll learn that.
Yeah. I thought, was that Fred's idea to include that, or did he write that in?
He wrote that. All the dialogue is. I improvised quite a bit, but all the primary dialogue is Fred's.
Okay.
Because it seems. But I was reading that he was working with you, sort of. Asking questions to Moose to incite responses, so that you started to think.
That's
in that
the actor, and Fred he's a really terrific actor as well as a director. But he's the only director I've worked with that actually could do this. But he would legitimately improvise with me as Moose, and it got me in the frame of mind. And then I would go to each department. I go to the lighting department, the wardrobe, the makeup here, and I'd be in character, and I'd have them ask me questions. And it was like a juggernaut. And as soon as Fred sensed that I had arrived at the Moose zone,
the Moose zone,
boom, we would do action.
That's cool.
And it was a very, very great way to. There's nothing better for an actor to prep than for someone to ask them questions about them.
In the character.
In the character.
So
to think in the character.
Is that classically what we would refer to as method?
No, I'd say it's a method.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the classic method because it is more about reliving past incidents and things. I think this is more.
And you never had a mullet.
And I never had a mullet. But I do think that assuming the beingness of a character quickly is where you want to be when you do a role. And it helps you to be that when you're asked questions before you go on.
Sure.
It's nice.
You didn't have a mullet, but you did have long hair in Pulp Fiction, and I get you in my phone fairly frequently. When I'm running late to the gym, my trainer will send me a text, and it's just you doing the looking around me give in Pulp Fiction. In that role, you played such an interesting character because you're lost a lot of the time, and you're in this haze, but you're also in this like euphoria. Where did that come from?
It's a very good question because he's a hitman, but he's also what they call a chippy, a weekend heroin addict. And I thought, well, I have no reality on that. I'm gonna have to find out. So I interviewed several heroin addicts and asked them about how they felt. And then finally one day I said, look, I'm never gonna do it, so you have to help me understand that feeling. And he said, okay, well, I really can't, but if you have to know the beginning of the feeling, is get really drunk on tequila and lay in a body of warm water. And he said that little bit of feeling is the beginning of that.
Did you do that?
I did that. And of course, when I'm not a drinker either, but when I did it, everyone I knew wanted to join me in the experiment. Oh, that sounds cool. When are we doing that? Wow. Okay, we are doing my character study together tomorrow night.
Man, that sounds like fun. I want to do that.
It was fun, and then from there I grew, and then with the descriptions that they told me, and I was able to design it. But that's even Quentin didn't know all the time what I was doing because he just trusted me. He said, John, well, I don't why he's walking that slow, why he's talking this slow. I'll figure it out later. But
he let you go. He just let you go.
He just let me go.
Wow.
Because I think the great ones do that. Brian De Palma and Quentin and Robert Altman and Mike Nichols, all those guys I worked with, all had that one thing in common. They hired you. You're 90% there. 10% is guiding you here and there.
Is that what happened? So it's Saturday Night Fever. John Badham was the director?
Yeah, he let me go because I said, Badham, you're from Texas. I'm from New York. I know this guy better.
Yeah.
So leave me alone. I'll help you with me, and then I won't interfere with how you direct it.
It's got to be the ultimate compliment as an actor for a director to say, you got it.
It is, and it's the smartest.
Yeah.
If the actor is trustworthy.
Right.
I think it's the only way to go. Because otherwise you get a mediocre performance as opposed to a kind of a higher end performance.
I want to ask you, you've worked with John Woo twice, right?
Oh, yes.
So you did Face Off and Broken Arrow. And for a guy who's so incredibly likable, you play a incredibly adroit prick in those movies. You are so evil.
I haven't figured that out yet. How is that possible?
But it seems to me you enjoyed it so much, especially with playing basically Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
With that, and you are so hilariously evil in that. Was that just a joy?
It was a joy.
Yeah.
And it was easier for me than it was for Nicholas.
Because you had to tamp down.
Well, Nicholas really had to find me somewhere, and he had a hard time finding me in the movies because I'm different in most movies. But Nicholas is very specific in his talk and his behavior, and so it was a little easier for me to grasp his side of it than it was for him to grasp my side.
So I wanted to ask you, let's get away from acting for a second. I wanted to ask you about your planes and your pilot's license. What ratings do you have, and how long did it take you to get them?
Okay, you ready for the long list?
Well, so I have a couple of friends that are pilots, and so I'm WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So we tried to get a winner for the Gingerbread Studio Contest. It's too damn hard, and
that's the issue.
Yeah, we can't agree on a winner, so we're gonna have to extend that. I wanted to get it in this segment because we're gonna do the connoisseur, but we're just gonna have to deliberate a little bit longer on this. But thank you to everybody who entered because there's some really good ones, and everybody's got their favorites, and so we've got to. We got to figure this out.
Well, it's like yesterday. There going to be a handful that just immediately leap out.
Mm-hmm.
They're all competitive.
They and we got overwhelmed with a bunch of entries, so we do appreciate that. We'll get to that in a little bit. In the meantime, let us see what's going on. Let's see what we got to eat here, folks.
It's time for the holiday edition of the Connoisseur, and we're talking the holidays just a couple days away.
That's right. Oh, then there it is. Brings us right into the holidays.
No candy canes, we know that.
So TikTok is partnering with Virtual Dining Concepts, or VDC.
That's not a good initial, right?
To launch TikTok Kitchens, a delivery-only service that will serve some of the trendiest recipes on the app.
Ah.
At first, there will be around 300 locations in the U.S., but there are plans to expand to around 1,000 by the end of 2022.
So what's the ordering mechanism?
It's a good question. So TikTok Kitchens will operate out of existing restaurants, including chains owned by VDC co-founder Robert Earl, such as Buca de Beppo and Bertucci's.
Yes, I'd like to order some VD, please.
And TikTok Kitchens will make use of a restaurant's existing kitchen and employees, but will provide the training, food packaging, and TikTok-sourced recipes.
Well, I haven't seen anything much on. I just look at usually the general feed and and scroll through that. I haven't seen anything that I've said, boy, I really need to try that.
I have seen links, because I don't go on TikTok, it just doesn't speak to me, but I've seen links to videos that show, and they're quick cut recipes. It's not like someone's standing there teaching how to. It's usually some text and quick cut videos of this step and that step and that step, and then boom, you get this amazing looking thing.
And then it's usually text to speech, like I tried this great app.
But it's there's definitely some cool looking things. Like I've seen some really interesting recipes. Like here's how to make a really cool omelet, or something along those lines.
So this would be that's stuff that they're offering.
And they'll make it for you, rather than you make it at home, which I think is the point of the videos that are being made. Okay. Pinterest has some cool recipes as well. Some really interesting. I did one a while back, which was was it a hamburger? It was an onion stuffed with hamburger, which was kind of
an onion with hamburger inside of it.
Yeah. It was like called hamburger bombs or something like that.
Let me ask you, my wife is a sucker for. We have the Amazon show with the screen, that has the screen on it, and it just cycles through some of the Amazon news feeds. She is forever seeing recipes on that she calls up and wants to try. So
that's perfect because you probably have it in your kitchen, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So the menu will rotate quarterly to keep up with viral content. And the menu will initially feature the viral baked feta pasta.
These Tide Pods are delicious.
The baked feta pasta was apparently the most searched recipe on Google in 2021.
It sounds good to me, baked feta pasta.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier this year. That's the one thing that my kids found on on TikTok, and we made it, and it's legit, and it's really easy too. And that's the other thing is, so for 10 to 11, 12-year-old, it's it's pretty simple to do, and you can actually make a meal for the family out of it.
So it is air fried strips of corn known as corn ribs. The crispy, or these are other recipes. Air fried strips of corn known as corn ribs, the crispy cheese covered pasta chips, and the smash burger are all things that are
Interesting.
apparently hot on TikTok as far as being viral recipes.
Have you ever had fried and they're breaded goat cheese balls?
Yes.
Yes. Delicious.
So
the hard part is getting the goat to sit down in the hot oil.
There was a restaurant nearby that would serve a salad with a goat cheese medallion, they called it. So I tried to make it at home, didn't realize how you make it. And then when we were doing Hello Fresh, one of the recipes had that on how to make it. It's pretty easy to make.
Yeah.
And so now every now and then we'll make the goat cheese medallion.
Yeah.
I saw something yesterday. It was those giant stuffed shells. It is a giant stuffed shell taco that is now making the rounds on.
How big is this stuffed shell?
So
is it taco size?
Yeah. So it's a regular big old pasta shell, and throw some taco meat and cheese and stuff in there, and then you wrap it with another giant shell, and then you air fry it for 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever.
Sounds like a gordita crunch.
Okay.
Casey, you're watching Reservation Dogs, right?
Yes.
So it's a show on Hulu, I think. Hulu. Anyway, they're making this thing, Steve. It just reminded me when you were talking about the fried thing. They have this thing. It's set on a reservation in not Indiana, Oklahoma. They make fry bread, which I'd never heard of before.
What is this?
It's like deep fried bread that's also made to look kind of sweet. And I guess it's sort of a delicacy isn't the right word, but just sort of a staple in the diet in Native American culture. But I'd never heard of it until watching the show. Yeah, it's on Reservation Dogs, which is a good show in and of itself. But it looked really damn good.
Fried bread.
They're not like pitas, are they?
Kind of.
Okay.
But I don't know. I guess the reason I brought it up is I don't know how they're made. I don't know what the origins are.
Fry bread.
Fry bread, yeah.
Okay, look that up if you wouldn't mind. I'm intrigued by that.
I love homemade pita. You know, like the where it is a little crispy on the edges.
Yep, agreed.
It's awesome.
So anyhow, the creators who inspired the recipes on the menu will receive part of the proceeds for this TikTok kitchen.
So I wonder. So it sounds like there's a long game plan here of like restaurant chains.
Yep,
I mean, you can sort of test the validity of something.
And as long as there are viral, cooking videos,
support,
they will have, items to get to and make and have you available for you to order, which is pretty cool. So that we're looking forward to that in 2022. We'll see how that goes. All right, what else I have here? I'm a little late with this story. Two of these stories, actually, because I had some stuff for the connoisseur last week. I didn't get a chance to get to it. But you think of milk as the best complement for Oreos, not wine. But Oreo Thins maker Mondelez International and Barefoot Wine announced yesterday that they have teamed up to create a small batch release called Barefoot X Oreo. Actually, this came out December 7th.
Barefoot X Oreo.
Barefoot X Oreo Thins Red Blend Wine.
And they debuted it on the 80th anniversary of Pearl Harbor?
They announced it.
Oh, okay.
The red wine includes, quote, flavors of chocolate and cookies and cream, along with notes of oak. And the company said that the wine was made to be enjoyed together as a perfect pairing.
Yesterday, December 7th, I tried a wine infused with the delicious taste of Oreos.
Yeah, red wine pairs well with chocolate.
It is now available at $24.99 at barefootwine.com/Oreo Thins while supplies last. You're right.
$24.99?
Yeah.
That's expensive for Barefoot. Like, I don't like Barefoot wine. If I see that at somebody's house, I'm like, the owners are probably like 26 and just learned about wine.
Wow.
Okay.
Good Lord.
No, seriously, because that's what I drank when I was younger. Like, when I first started drinking wine, you'd grab that and, like, Woodbridge.
Like some Barefoot, please.
Well, because it was cheap, and so $24.99 is expensive.
Okay. I've had Barefoot wine. I didn't think it was...
Here's what I recommend. Barefoot wine. You're going to love it.
It gives me a terrible headache.
Okay.
Some wines do, yeah.
Order includes 2 bottles of wine and a package of Oreo thin cookies. Oh, there you go, Kathy. You get
the
2
cookies.
bottles of wine. 2 bottles of wine.
Oh, there. Okay.
So
that
all right,
makes more
just good.
sense.
Yes,
And cookies.
It's like it's bad, but there's a lot of it. It's great. By the way, Oreo Thins are absolutely. One time I made a little bit of an error on Amazon. I thought I was purchasing 2 packages.
Did you get
of
2 like
Amazon.
cases?
I have 2 cases
Oh, my God.
of Amazon Thins.
I've done
so we
that.
lived with that for quite a while. But they're wonderful. They're so good.
Preston, are you a sucker? Because I am when going into a liquor store for the packaging, like if they sell some kind of bourbon with a flask or glass or whatever that comes with it.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah.
Or just a really cool looking label. If I don't know what I'm going for, I'll go, all right, that looks neat. You got me. I'll try it.
I like the.
I like
tchotchkes.
Mr. T.
No, but sometimes they'll sell them like as a gift basket, and so you get like a tchotchke that comes with the booze.
cool.
I'm like, yeah,
So
I'm a sucker for that.
there's a bourbon called Tin Cup. It's got a little tin cup on the top of it. It comes with, and that's why I bought it.
What's
times.
the drink? It was you'd done an Instagram or a Facebook video about it where you had sort of a holographic image on the label.
That was called 19 Crimes, which
that.
is another Australian wine, and it had an app. And if you got the app, you could hold the app up to the label, and the label had a face on it, and the face would start talking and tell you a story.
Yeah,
it was really awesome.
There's a vodka bottle that's a skull head. It looks so cool. I don't drink vodka that often. So
That's
I don't.
Dan Aykroyd's
Crystal Head vodka.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
that? I mean, the bottle is so cool.
It is cool. Yeah, we spoke to him about that a couple of years ago, and that's his.
Blake Carrington had Crystal Head.
Crystal Head. You're right, because his wife's name was Crystal.
That's great.
Well done, sir.
Thank you.
We were talking about Blanton's last week, Preston, and something interesting that I found out about Blanton's over the weekend was
About
that
the horses.
The horses.
Yeah, I
Did
just
you
found
hear-
out too.
Is it the? Go ahead.
So if per bottle, each batch, the horse is in a different position.
Yes.
What?
On the top. So you get a horse. It's got a cork on the top, and this horse sticks up with a jockey riding it. And there is one that's supposed to be at the start, and one in mid-run, and one at the finish line, or a few different ones. And they also have a letter on each cork.
Really?
And you're supposed to spell out Blanton's, but it's in. They're in different strides, the horse. So I realized that I've saved a few of them, and I have 3 different ones. I'm like, sweet, I got to collect the whole thing.
You're right.
now.
We're looking at an array of those bottles, and the horses are definitely in different positions.
Yeah, so I was not aware of that. I thought that was pretty cool. And speaking of other of cool packaging. Jim, for a while there, when I was going to, or things, Nick, you said that come along with the booze. For the longest time, when I would go by my beer store and I would get a case of Stella, they would give you a glass that came along with it.
What?
Like, every time I bought, I got like 6 or 8 of those glasses.
Stella!
And sometimes they'll do that with Guinness and at your beer store, and it's a promotion, and they'll just give you a Stein or something like that.
Like
A drinking Stein?
Drinking Stein.
Jesus, here we go.
Yes.
It's a drinking Stein.
Are there other kind of drinking? Or I'm sorry, are there other kind of Steins, or are they all drinking Steins?
I can't think of any.
Like a drinking Stein, please.
I think you drink out of all.
Budweiser, you created a monster, and they call him Drinking Steins. And the tavern down the street is the laboratory where he makes the transformation all the time.
I think we all owe it to him to watch this movie just one more time in our lives.
Oh, I might.
Rhinestone?
I'm going to watch Rhinestone over. I'm now. Yes, I have a couple movies I want to watch again.
Is
and
Richard Farnsworth in his band?
Yes, he's the country music.
What?
He's related to Dolly Parton in the movie.
Who's Richard Farnsworth?
He's
again?
Red in The
know it.
Natural.
Yeah.
You know the guy that takes him for good food, but he can't spell it?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know he was in Sly's
you can
band.
see-
He was in Misery, too.
He's in the video. Yeah.
Oh my God!
But they're trying. So the idea here is that there's a bet. Dolly Parton makes a bet with Ron Liebman that she can turn. And it's Pygmalion,
Anybody into a country
basically,
star.
right?
Yeah.
And so this obnoxious cab driver Stallone sings that wonderful song that we all know so well.
All right.
Frankenstein.
Yes, Kathy.
No, I wanted to add something to this segment.
To
I have
the
a question.
rhinestone
I have a question. No, not this. You can move on. You can play the music, but I wanted to see if maybe I could throw something in.
Okay, please do.
So I'm having a problem. You guys know I don't cook, right? But I can typically bake. Like, I can usually get it done. I did have the one year where there was
your
like
cookie
a
thing.
mess casualty.
Right.
The cookies got thrown in the trash, and I went to the cookie party with no cookies. And that was determined to be the flour, which I didn't know it does actually expire. And so fresh flour is better. You'll get fluffy cookies. But if there's any bakers out there, I made chocolate chip cookies over the weekend with the kids, and they were like pancakes. I bought all the ingredients new, everything
You
we
meaning
used.
very doughy, very soft?
No, just pancake. Like, they flattened out. Do I want them doughy and soft?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
I think
like,
I can help
like
you.
rise. But I'm wondering, here's my question, because my girlfriend was over with me, and she used to live in my neighborhood, but she moved away. And she said when she lived in the neighborhood, the same thing would happen. We had the same builder on our house, same oven. Could it be my oven?
Maybe, but let me ask you this: when you were making the cookies, did you use a mixer?
Yes.
Okay, that's your mistake.
But she uses a mixer at her house.
She's making a mistake too.
No, but but that's the difference. Her cookies are so fluffy.
What you need to do is go back, and instead of using a mixer, you need to fold with a spatula. When you're mixing your ingredients, you're not you're whipping all the air out of it.
You need a fluffer.
You need a fluffer.
All right, can I ask a question then? Because ovens you can either bake it or convection bake it or something like that. Does that make a difference?
Here's actually.
I don't know about. We use convection all the time when we use our oven. Now I don't know the difference.
Kathy, I don't know where this
between
is
baking and what it'll do to your stuff.
acquired, Preston, but to your point, there is a breakdown of how cookies will look with various ingredients swapped out. And do you see this up here?
Oh yeah, let me
So
see.
that it says more flour. One cookie seems to be a little bit more doughier. All granulated sugar is sort of the flattened pancake
So,
thing
like,
that you're doing.
All of these, even the granulated sugar, looks better than what I got.
All right,
really?
We have some calls here. Here, Heather, Marcy's got a good one about the butter. I have heard this before. Hi, Marcy. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Marcy?
Hey, I'm a baker. I got advice for you, Kathy. First of all, you do want to use the oven thermometer because you have no idea what's going on in there. I mean,
I agree.
they fluctuate.
Mine runs way hot.
Off. And the other thing is you want your ingredients to be super cold. I think your cookies spread out because the butter warms up a bit and it makes them spread.
So you're saying make sure they're cold.
Don't let your butter sit out before you use it.
Right, but then once you make your cookies, then you take your tray and put it in the fridge or freezer, so then they hold their shape perfectly, and then they won't spread out.
Wait, so before you bake them, put them on the sheet and then put the cookie sheet in the fridge? Is that what you're saying?
You got it.
Oh.
Even the freezer. The freezer. You can,
That's a big
that's
sheet,
what
though.
made them. That's what made them go flat. The butter got soft.
All right.
Okay, all right. Yeah, the butter was soft when I made it.
Yeah, so that might be it right there. Thank you, Marcy. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Christmas.
Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Heather.
All right. So what's Kathy doing? What do you think?
Well, you need to refrigerate the dough. That's a plus.
Okay.
Room temperature butter is better than anything you want to soften. So just take it out, leave it out. Also, big thing, don't over mix.
Don't overmix. We've heard that.
Yeah, don't overbeat. And some of my cookies, as you may see, are different shapes and sizes. And because I do things all screwed up, but they come out great.
No, we've tasted them. They're great. So, but your issue. So you think the number one issue for her very flat pancakey cookies would be what? Overmixing, Heather?
Overmixing and the refrigeration. I feel as though even overnight, keep it in the fridge.
Okay. Make the dough, throw it in the fridge overnight, and then bake your cookies.
So
yes.
Okay.
Also, Kathy, if you want to jump ahead, roll them out and just pop them in the freezer in a Ziploc bag or a lock-and-lock
Yeah,
container.
no, I don't want to jump ahead. I just want them to be good cookies.
So is it chicken in the bread pan picking out dough?
That's right. Yeah.
Always.
All right, Heather. Thank you. All right,
Bye-bye.
One last one, and then we're going to move on to something else. I have Lorraine. Lorraine, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks cookie people.
Gadzooks to you, cookie person. What do you want to recommend?
I want to recommend something totally different. They make, Kathy and whoever else is making cookies over there, Crisco shortening, a pack of 4, It's a hard. It's a dense kind of thing. It's not liquidy. Pack of 4. You use that in place of the butter. Okay, guarantee gives you a fluffy cookie every time.
Crisco shortening.
Yeah.
And are you
I'm
saying
telling-
it? Are you saying it's in like sticks like butter, or is it? How is it presented?
Yes, it's in a pack of 4. It's in like aluminum foil, and it is like a bigger stick of butter. But yeah, Crisco, check it out.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, because you'd figure, shortbread cookies, the short part is shortening.
Okay.
So they make really, really good cookies. I read something interesting the other day that you can make a flakier pie crust by using vodka instead of water. That it literally will help it be
Is that right?
Yummier and flaky. There's all kinds of little baking tricks that I don't know about.
So my any taste of alcohol in a dessert, even rum cake, I don't like it. Though I did have these basically super rich. I don't know where Claire got them, but they're like super rich devil's food cakes and things like that with a little bit. The alcohol, whatever it was, gave a little bit of a sweeter taste to it, which I liked. But I always find that a dicey situation anytime you're working with, at least for me.
Who brought the cookies this morning, Casey?
Oh, gosh. It's Ginny's Cookies and Cream. They're in the Deptford Mall.
So she brought a whole bunch of cookies for us to have. She has ricotta cookies.
I love I order from this company.
I believe that they could now be my all-time favorite cookie.
Preston?
I mean, just ricotta cookies. Hers are fantastic, but I just forgotten how much I love those things.
They're so
God.
good.
God.
And they have staying power, too. Even if you keep them in the tin or whatever, they don't, sometimes cookies go through a metamorphosis. The ricotta cookies are...
They
is it
crumble
ricotta or
nicely.
ricotta?
Ricotta, I've heard, but ricotta.
Delicious. I agree with that 1,000%. And my eyes were open to it last year, and I've been living a lie. Because that's just that's a phenomenal cookie.
How many are out there? Can I pawn it off as if I made it?
Before I get my hands on it. I don't know. Casey took 2 giant tubs already, so.
Yes, I did.
And why didn't you do me a
Because
favor?
I'm the reason they're here, all right?
Okay,
So I
all right.
took them.
All right, so for the rest of the show, let's call Kathy the Geeter, and then she can take the basket that the Geeter sent over to us,
Right.
and then say, "Oh, this is." I know they started calling Kathy the Geeter.
Right.
Look at this wonderful basket she
Right.
got us.
Casey, are you the reason that the Cinnabon showed up as well?
Okay, so apparently they're with Cinnabon in the Deptford Mall, and then they opened another location. So they, clients of the radio station, they did a whole bunch of stuff with us last year.
They're sensational.
Yeah, and
I've ordered for them many times.
so it's funny because speaking of the ricotta cookies, I bought the ingredients to make them over the weekend.
The ricotta?
Yes.
Ricotta.
Ricotta. No problem. But we never actually made them. So I still have the ingredients in my refrigerator.
So she had also brought Cinnabon. The Cinnabons are there. So here's the deal. Okay, I went in there. I had a cookie, and I'm like, all right, I shouldn't be eating cookies for breakfast.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm gonna have a cinnamon bun. I started eating the cinnamon bun. I'm like, how is this any different than eating cookies for breakfast?
It's not.
So I switched back over to cookies.
No, you don't have cookies. You have your once you finish your Cinnabons, you've earned your cookies.
Okay.
Did you put them in the microwave?
No.
Okay, because that kills all the calories.
Oh God Almighty! I did not know.
Did you hear the absolute atrocity? Who was bringing up the point that somebody was eating the Cinnabon and then throwing away the center of the Cinnabon, where all cinnamon congregates in the Cinnabon? Like you're like Indiana Jones working your way through.
Yeah.
There it is.
Until you hit the nugget.
And then you get rid of it?
I think that is it's meant to infuriate you. I think that's the type of video it is. It's kind of like there's a video of like people that just bite into a Kit Kat and they don't break it apart. Yeah.
No,
like you don't there's a
Those
reason
people are called Nazis.
So I want to thank someone else who dropped off some goodies. Marissa and I were going to be heading to the Feast of the Seven Pickles last night.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, it was postponed, and we'll have to do it next year. But Nikki came by this morning from Fishtown, the Fishtown Pickle Project, and she brought us a whole bunch of pickled items so that we can satisfy our briny desires this holiday season. And she and her husband, Mike, wrote a note. It says, "Hey, we all hope you enjoy our handcrafted pickles as much as we do. Thank you guys for all the laughs every morning. You guys rock."
Aww.
And then he wrote, Preston, Marissa, we are so bummed with having to postpone the Feast of the Seven Pickles. We look forward to getting a date rescheduled as early as we can. In the meantime, please enjoy the few extra treats in the bag that were from the feast. Create your own with the family on Christmas Eve. And they wrote the fermented blueberries and gooseberries are great as is, or you can toss them with some honey and an herb like mint, thyme, etc., and enjoy with cheese and crackers. So thank you guys.
That's awesome.
That was the best.
It's like a miracle. It's like the gift of the Magi, but with pickles.
And she wrote, P.S. Preston, the empty jars are perfect for a belly button lint collection.
Yeah.
So that is from Mike, Nikki, and Dan, and Liz, and Sam, the Fishtown Pickle Project. So thank you guys.
She wrote me a nice note because I'm not a huge pickle fan, and she's like, "We're going to convert you. We're going to get you to come on board." But this sounds like such a great Philly type of thing.
Yeah.
You know, I hope that it comes back next year.
Yep, I do too. Absolutely. Let me see. Do we have time for another one? Yeah, this is not holiday related, but it is a recall. So I thought I would let you know. The Food and Drug Administration announced Tuesday that it is investigating a multi-state outbreak of listeria infections connected to Fresh Express packaged salads, which announced a recall of some of its products. We buy the packaged salads from time to time.
I used to all the time. It was, my go-to. And then I got past that after a while. But the whole notion of this breaking out in salads, which you assume to be very healthy.
Yeah, but this isn't the first time.
No, it's happened over many years.
Yeah, it's in the harvesting process. But 10 people have become ill. 10 have been hospitalized. One person died across 8 states in the listeria outbreak. The illness stretched as far back as 2016. Most recent coming this October. So Fresh Express announced a recall Monday of some of its packaged salad products made at the company's facility in Streamwood, Illinois, because they have a potential to be contaminated with the bacteria Listeria monocytogenes. The company advised customers not to eat, sell, or serve a long list of its products with the codes Z324 to Z350. A friend of mine owned a Z350 when I was a kid.
And Listeria is my favorite Def Leppard album.
Printed on the package. The recalled salad items were distributed through retailers in the Northeast and Midwest, as well as in Canada, the company said.
Salad.
So if you have that, if you have Fresh Express packaged salad, toss it out, all right? You're doing a recall on that, or go returning.
It says right on the package, now with raw chicken.
Get your money back. All right, and that's it. That's the Connoisseur segment for the year, my friend.
Oh, my God.
I hope you enjoyed. And remember, hasta la vista, baby. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. Got some bizarre file stories to share with you. And we've got to get a winner by the end of the show, at least, for our Gingerbread Studio Challenge.
All right, we're narrowing it down.
The tough one.
You guys are too damn creative.
Be back in a moment. Stay with us.
I'm a little bit familiar with it.
Okay, I have 10,000 hours in the air.
Jeez.
It's quite a bit. I have, 12 jet ratings, 747, 707, Gulfstream, Citation, Lear, Hawker, Falcon jet, 3 different fighter jets.
No kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wait, which fighter? Because Preston and I have both flown in fighter jets.
Yeah, I went
we
up
didn't
with the
pilot it.
No, I got to fly mine little. I went up with the Blue Angels. And,
did you?
Yeah.
How was that?
Media flight. It was amazing.
Did they make you sick?
I passed out and puked.
That's why I won't go with them, because I don't want to do that. I have too much pride to end up, doing that. But
Yeah, it was FA-18. You were in an F-16 because he was with the Air National Guard.
I wore a G suit, so I didn't pass out or get sick.
Well,
but I
that's
did pull 9
good
Gs.
for you.
Yeah.
Well, you have to tell them before. You have to say, you know what? I don't want to get sick. Please don't make me. Yeah. So that's my.
And how many years? How long did it take?
Oh God, I've been flying since I was 16.
Okay.
Really? It blows my mind when I see a shot of you sitting in the cockpit of a 707. I mean, because I know my litmus test has always been, if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you shouldn't be a pilot. So but to me that it requires such a skill set and an attention to detail. And you just legitimately, we know about like David Gilmour as a pilot, and there are a lot of people just love it. I'm thrilled with the notion, but I would never do it because I know my own limitations. But I mean, when you get behind when you're flying a 747, are you white knuckling it, or are you just in absolute ecstasy?
No, I find that the bigger the plane, the more almost simple it is.
Really?
Yeah, and less complex. Well, it's complex in its systems, but it's, there's a lot of booster systems and boosted systems, I should say, that make it like a power steering. You know, it's kind of effortless.
Backups.
You don't really feel the size of the plane.
All right.
In the smaller jets, you actually feel it more. You know.
Would there be enough room for me to lay down and cry? Because that's all I
Yes, you can lay down and cry.
Being famous, you have a lot of people have the privilege of, you know, having private jets and being flown all over the place. When you do get into one of your jets or something, are you flying it?
Yes, for the most part, unless I'm tired, and then you shouldn't be.
Did you see there was a news story yesterday? Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s citation that went off the runway, caught on fire.
Really?
Everybody got out. Everybody was okay, but the plane was a total loss. Yeah.
Oh, I've got to look that up.
Yeah,
I think you always learn by these things. You know?
Okay. Yeah, they're the FAA and the Safety Administration are looking at it. Speaking of aircraft, your 707 is getting is being donated.
Yes, I'm donating to Australia. I've had it 18 years and I loved it, but it's getting antiquated and it's time to give it away. So I'm donating it to an Australian museum.
Was this the one we heard? We were talking to Olivia Newton-John, and she said that she had never seen Grease, and you had her and her husband.
Yes.
Come on, or his husband had never seen.
He had never seen
and
Grease.
You actually went on the plane and watched it.
Correct. Yes, that is correct. I said, if you're going to marry Olivia Newton-John, you better see Grease.
Well, that must have been so much fun.
It was, watching his reaction, you know, because then he became the entertainment, watching him watch the screen, like I did with my dad with Mary Poppins when I was 10. I wanted him so badly to see it that I watched him the whole movie watch the screen.
There was a screening of Grease last night at the Mann Music Center, which is this great venue in town, and they the Philadelphia Orchestra was there to perform the soundtrack, and they just do a phenomenal job of accompanying the live music with the movie, and people were just going nuts for it. I mean, the movie's nearly 40 years old, or maybe it's 40 years old at this point.
It is, and it is a phenomenon. It's really interesting to see how each generation embraces that film. Because I remember when I was little, watching Yankee Doodle Dandy or watching Wizard of Oz, and they all held up, but they were only 20 years old at that time.
Yeah.
This movie's 40, and it's still like it was as though it were done last year.
Yeah, it's pretty timeless.
It's really timeless, which I'm proud of.
It's funny, though, because I think there was a certain group in time where I was very aware of silent films, and it wasn't like I was around, thank God.
Yes, but they showed them on
you would see
4 o'clock movie.
Right. And you had an appreciation for it. That's a little harder to get now. But I mean, so for right now, I think a lot of people to be turned on to the movies of the 70s, which you are a part of.
Sure.
The second golden era of Hollywood.
Yes.
Because these are great movies that sit there. And when kids or younger people discover them, the light goes on. It's like, oh.
Yes,
because
the more timeless they are, the more they discover them, not only in a new unit of time, but as though they were back then.
Yeah.
And it had the same impact. Because Grease and Saturday Fever seemingly, even Urban Cowboy, have the same impact on the new generation that it had on people then.
Absolutely.
For some reason.
Still as profound as ever. Yeah.
It seems it. Do you know?
Yeah, as I did musical theater growing up, and Grease is the one play that has always eluded me, and I always wanted to play Danny Zuko, and now
I wanted to play Sandy.
Yeah, as a 44-year-old man, that's never going to happen.
Oh,
yeah.
at that point,
you're Donald Zuko at that time.
I think you should do it. The Fox News Group did today. They did a reenactment of Grease. They filmed it per shot.
Oh, really?
Yes. You guys could do that.
We could do that.
100%.
We've got our Sandy.
Absolutely.
We've got all our T-Birds here.
Sure. Frenchie.
I'm the lesser-known guy, Baldy. So
it doesn't matter. Just do the leather jacket. You're home.
I mean, we still, to this day, if somebody says, rockin' and rollin'.
And whatnot.
Of course.
It just finishes all the time.
Every single time.
Without
That's
fail.
hilarious.
Well, so just thank you for all of that stuff that you've given us
you're
over the
welcome.
ye's. It's a
stuff.
real pleasure actually looking at you in the flesh. It's you have beautiful eyes. Sean.
Really, yeah.
Man, it didn't get uncomfortable to the very end.
No, are you kidding? I'm an actor. I love compliments. Please, more.
You're dressed really nice, too. What a watch on you in the pocket square.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I've decided that we're each other's scenery and that at some point maybe not for yourself, but for another person, you have to be presentable.
Yeah.
So anyway,
You had a great quote on Good Morning America. You're making the round, so you were hitting those guys, and you said something I thought was a great outlook, and you said, life is art. Life is art, so appreciate it, enjoy it, and it's here for your entertainment.
Well, it is, because I think so many people don't view life as an art, but how you eat, who you spend time with, where you go, how you do it, how you dress is all part of an art if you choose to allow it to be an art. It's not just the quote-unquote arts of music and dance and sports, and it's actually how we live, what we're doing right now. Well, of course, this is an art because you're on radio performing.
Yeah.
But it's how we interact is also part of the art of life.
I love that. I love that outlook. All right. Well, if you want to see John definitely in a role
big departure,
unlike he's ever been in, then you want to see The Fanatic. It's a great movie, and it's in theaters on August 30th. Wonderful to have you here, John. Thanks so much.
This was probably the most fun I've ever had at an interview situation. This has been awesome.
Thank you so much.
And loved your story, Nick, and I loved your story, Casey. Oh my God, two great stories.
I want to hug you so bad right now.
Let's hear it. John Travolta, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, John. Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent.
I object! There's no way that's legal!
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be...
I would
be
brilliant. I would totally
attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah. And he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri.
He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear Would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
with his law career,
law school,
With this, yeah.
passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV!
Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
This bitch still got my TV!
Oh my God! Oh.
I suggest you return the TV.
Give me the TV!
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started The Ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get
I
out
knew
of there
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're. 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend too?
Well, it's Monday's it's Labor Day, so about 8 days. All right, just stay there. I'm going to come over and kill you now.
Yeah, if you could be more specific, it might help in planning. So,
what if I go across the international date line? Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's there's
one
it's the one way out where
I know
we
what
always
you're
get
talking
lost
about.
going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking
but the girl who does
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm
sing.
the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not
Yeah.
scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kinda hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kinda hell, but I'm a coming after you. In 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on! You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go. I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a
What just
second.
happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
So, what's going on with Lindsay Lohan and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia?
I'm sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Mohammed bin Salman is his name.
Hey, Sababin bin Dalbin.
Rumors are... Mohammed bin Salman.
Salbin bin Dagbin. I love you.
Mohammed bin Salman.
What?
Rumors are circulating.
MMR.
May I quickly mention, speaking of traffic, when I left Parks yesterday, trying to get back on the turnpike, I ended up in Crimea. I don't know how.
Well, because they changed it, right?
It's a freaking nightmare.
Yeah, they changed how you get on.
Yeah.
And I think I did know that they changed it, but I forgot, and I was in the right lane. I'm like, oh man.
Yeah.
I plugged in Waze right when I left because I remember last time I was there, they had changed it up. So I'm like, I'm not gonna get.
I just cut off the whole line of people.
It was crazy. I was out for a brief period. I was at a Red Roof Inn for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, I know where that Red Roof Inn is.
Right.
Oh God, yeah, I do too.
All right, we are still trying to figure out who's going to win our
We haven't
gingerbread
decided?
studio. No, we haven't decided.
That's how good they are.
Marissa has narrowed them down, but we have to get a winner in the next segment here. Yeah,
We let Bill pick.
We could default to Bill Weston. He's
Yeah.
shaking his head.
No?
You don't want to do it?
Doesn't want to take that bullet.
He thinks they're all terrible.
No. They are all terrible. You heard it. You just heard it. Santa's got to go.
I told you.
Yeah. All right.
Santa's got to go.
All right. We need to do the bizarre file. So here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Revivalist. You can liven up your holidays with award-winning Resurgent Bourbon and Revivalist Gin delivered to your door. You can go to revivalistspirits.com. The botanical experts voted USA Today's top craft gin distillery and get 15% off with the promo code ROCK. Cheers. All right, this is a tragedy and a bizarre freak accident as well. In Texas, 2 people were killed Tuesday after a small plane struck a paraglider.
Yes.
In a rural area of the state. Yes.
What a frigging nightmare.
The body of one of the victims was found in a yard. And the single-engine Cessna 208 was flying from George Bush Intercontinental Airport to Victoria Regional Airport when it crashed at about 9:40 a.m. The Cessna collided midair with a paraglider, and
That's awful.
one person on board each. One person was on board each aircraft. Witnesses said that they saw one of the aircraft involved just before the impact. The witness, Wyatt Scott, said the plane hit the ground nose first. He said, "I honestly should have died because I was 20 feet away when it happened. If I'd left the house any later, I would have been dead." It was not immediately clear what led to the collision, which happened in an area that is known for intensive glider activity.
So wouldn't I mean, is that the kind of thing that the FAA oversees? I
don't know, man.
I mean, one's a sport, and
yeah, I guess there are rules on altitudes and things like that, but I don't know about where you can be flying a plane if it's known to have glider activity. I'm not sure. A senior barrister who sued the Crown Prosecution Services, the CPS, after a colleague asked him to stop breaking wind in the room they worked in together, has lost his case.
Really?
Tariq Muhammad sued for harassment and told an employment tribunal that his repetitive flatulence was caused by medication that he was on for a heart condition. He said the comment from his colleague, Paul McGorry, was embarrassing and violated his dignity, but the panel found that it was a reasonable request to have asked him to stop. The prosecutor...
It was more than reasonable to ask him to stop tooting.
The prosecutor...
owing to his heart condition, but still...
The prosecutor, who suffered a heart attack in 2014, also alleged that he was discriminated against because of his disabilities and made a number of further allegations against his co-workers and bosses.
We then determined it was an SBD.
He claimed that they threw away his water bottles, asked him to work one day a week 60 miles away, and failed to pay for his barrister's practicing certificate while he was on sick leave.
Brutal!
The claims of disability-related discrimination were also thrown out by the panel.
Where's my water bottle?
The CPS did accept that it treated Muhammad unfairly by not allowing him to work from home 2 days a week and leave work at 4 p.m. to help him manage his condition, and by removing him from the court duties, meaning he will receive compensation. His heart condition meant that he had to take daily medication, the side effects of which meant that he had to remain at home for several hours a day after taking it.
It does happen, yes.
In 2016, he began sharing an office with McGorry, where the issue of his persistent flatulence was raised.
Is this going to be a regular thing?
Mr. McGorry was aware that the claimant had a heart attack, but he was not aware of what medication the claimant was taking or that flatulence was a side effect of the medication. There were repeated incidents of flatulence in the quiet room. On occasion...
Well, don't go to the quiet room to fart.
Well, no. The room was quiet that they worked in together. And on one occasion, Mr. Gorey asked, "Do you have to do that here, Tariq?" Mohammed said that it was
I can reek anywhere.
Due to his medication, and when asked if he could step outside to do it, he said he could not.
Huh? Listen, he's got a medical condition.
In February 2016, he was moved to another team. That meant that he did not have to attend the court and was asked to work one day a week in Brighton, which was more than an hour's drive. But they've thrown his lawsuit out. A mother from Missouri was recently the victim of a Elf on the Shelf prank in her home. Mindy Carney of St. Louis is an emergency room physician assistant and mom of 3 kids who are 8, 6, and 3 years old. She gained attention for posting the unique ways that her kids' elves get into trouble, and they've done many mischievous things, but the 3 elves took their pranks to the next level by giving Carney a haircut while she slept.
Ah, that's cool.
Carney says that she was able to have her
shaved her head
stylist remedy the situation when she donated 14 inches of her hair to the nonprofit organization Children with Hair Loss. For first-time elf parents, Carney's advice is to start simple.
I saw a funny one where the elf had painted sunglasses on the little girl while she was sleeping.
Oh, that's great.
And she's from, I think it's a Scottish accent. She's like, It's not funny. I gotta go to school.
Did you see the one where the elf removed the kid's kidney while she was asleep?
Oh my God!
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
What a
was
joke.
that in
a tub of
England, or-
ice?
Yeah, tub of ice.
Yeah. Okay.
I got. You know what? I got to get that audio for you.
Someone took my kidney.
It's not. They're getting more brazen all the year after year.
They removed all the teeth in my mouth.
Case, do you remember that little girl's name?
I do not.
Okay, because I follow a little girl who she has the funniest videos, but it sounds like it might be her.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, and then we'll do one more story and end with this. With every new college semester, students are faced with multiple syllabuses or syllabi outlining the subjects in their courses. But do students actually read them thoroughly? Well, one University of Tennessee at Chattanooga professor put it to the test. Kenyon Wilson is the associate head of performing arts at UTC and decided to put an extra incentive to anyone who actually read his syllabus for his music seminar class this past semester. The hint in it read, thus, free to the first two claims, locker 147, combination 15, 25, 35. Students may be ineligible to make up classes and blah, blah, blah. So he had put this in the middle of a
little
different
clue.
Yeah, in the middle of a sentence. The hint, if they would have followed that and gone to locker 147 and put the combination 15, 25, 35 in, there was a $50 bill in there for the first person.
That's awesome.
But at the end of the semester, when the professor went to check the locker, the bill was still there.
Oh, my God.
Nobody went. Not one person read the syllabus.
Didn't he also rig a piano that if you played it a certain way, it would explode, Preston?
Boom. Yep. I think he was the guy that did that, by the way. So,
I mean, that shows you the kids don't pay attention because the piano was sitting there all semester.
I love to read the syllabus, though, because if I thought the class was going to be too hard, I'd drop out of it.
Of course.
Wilson told CNN that the class was made up of 71 students and his syllabus typically doesn't change much. But with COVID protocols, there was some new information this time around. When he put the reward in the locker, he left a note inside that read, "Congrats. Please leave your name and date so that I know who found it." And of course, no one
Never
did.
happened.
Wow.
Wilson told CNN that he waited until final exams were done and the semester was over before checking the locker. Casey, you might want to search under Looney Tunes.
That's what I did first, and sometimes like I'm trying to read really fast, I miss things.
I threw it at you out of the blue, but I think it's a perfect holiday clip.
It is. All right, so here's Looney Tunes.
Should be under piano,
I
right?
know.
Yeah.
It's not there.
Okay, he's searching for that bit.
Well, all right, so hang on. It was
Maybe
also,
Bugs.
I was thinking Yosemite Sam.
How about Bugs?
Oh, you darn idiot.
Yeah.
That's not how you do it. Yeah. It's
like this.
It's the gag that never quit and never ceased to be not.
Now I have to hear it.
Exactly, and I apologize.
No, you're doing a favor.
Yeah.
You're making a little boy's Christmas wish come
There it
true.
is.
I need to
It's
hear
Bugs Bunny, piano, boom.
Okay, here we go.
Boom, you stupid rabbit! Like this!
I still love that bit. I love
They did it like 7 times, and it always makes you laugh.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly.
Oh, and do you want to hear this little girl who got her face drawn on by the elf?
Yes. Okay, here we go.
Nah, it's not funny. I've got school. Nah, I'm not laughing. I've got school. Nah, has he drawn on my face?
It's not funny.
It's just going to school.
School.
My kidney's gone.
That's funny.
One of my kidneys is gone.
That's great.
In a bucket of ice.
All right. We have to take a break, but we got the secret text word, and we need to get a winner. That was a question on the Christmas Miracle yesterday. Who gets to pick the number caller? It's Catherine Romano, in case you did not know what number caller.
That was the question yesterday.
That's what I said.
Oh, you just said that?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
What were you doing?
Checking out Nick's velour.
No, yeah, I was. No, my velour down on the bottom.
Bill, barn door.
Definitely.
Barn door.
We're going to go with caller number 1. How's that?
It's a Christmas gift.
215-263 WMMR. We'll come back in a second, get the winner. We'll also get the trash and music news, lesson question, all that stuff. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That the
what
Crown
MMR
Prince of
got
Saudi
you
Arabia,
just
who
in
many
time for
critics say is a
Christmas.
dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman, and the perpetually beleaguered Lilo have formed a special relationship of some sort.
With a cup of get roast beef?
Some believe that he is a dictator and the real power behind the throne of his father, King Salman. So sources spill that he flies her around on his jets and showers her with presents, even gifting her with a credit card.
It's a Discover card. It pays you for every purchase.
A rep denies the claim.
What's in your wallet?
What's in your wallet? But sources insist that Lindsay, who has been based partly in Dubai for a few years, is regularly courted by Middle Eastern dignitaries.
I love dictators.
In Saudi culture of late. And
Kim Jong-un, this is Lindsay.
last year declared her intention to make an all-female film dubbed Frame about Saudi Arabian life.
I want to make an all-female version of Steel Magnolias.
It is an all-female. It's already.
God damn it.
If Lindsay is, in fact, good friends with him, she wouldn't be the first Hollywood star to cavort with dictators. Kim Jong-un and Dennis Rodman, Hilary Swank and Ramzan Kadyrov.
Yes.
Steven Seagal and Vladimir Putin are just a few of the reported Hollywood political odd couples. So Lindsay might be, I don't know, tight with Mohammed bin Salman.
Wow.
And yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Thanks. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's there in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. Kourtney Kardashian is fighting back against critics who claim that she does no work.
Preston, are you saying she's clapping back?
She is clapping back, Steve. Yep. And she got some blowback after posting multiple shots from her family vacations in Italy and Idaho. I know.
So what's it going to be, kids? Italy or Idaho?
She's only visiting places that start with I.
Yeah.
And Idaho happened to be on the list. In Italy,
Indiana.
In Italy, the Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids, Mason, Penelope, and Rain. Remember Poosh?
I'm sorry, I just pooshed.
Yeah, that's her. Is that her lifestyle brand? Poosh?
Trying to be like Goop, I guess.
Yeah.
Poosh. I just pooshed in my pants.
People who brought you queef and drippy fart.
But she partied.
Poosh, and queef. The award-winning triple line from Kourtney Kardashian.
The Poosh founder partied with her 3 kids nominally for her sister Kylie's 22nd birthday.
With the subtle scent of salmon.
Several other family members were there, as was her ex, Scott Disick, with whom she shares her children, and his girlfriend, Sophia Richie. Now, in Idaho, Kourtney and her kids...
We're going to Idaho, kids!
...hung with her sister Kendall. One social media user commented, Kourtney, this is why people say you don't work, girl.
girl.
And she replied, so she clapped back.
She clapped back.
We all have our priorities, so I'll be making memories with my kids and amazing people while living my life to the absolute fullest. And then a fight broke out between commenters who praised her for prioritizing her kids over at work and others who said, as working moms, they were dedicated to family too. And so Courtney clapped back again.
So she clapped back at the mothers?
She says, who says I'm not a working mom? Because I most definitely am. Working moms can be dedicated, of course. As women, we should be supporting each other for what allows us to be our best, not being so critical and judgmental of each other. We all do things our own way.
Did they counterattack with the clap salvo?
I don't think so. There was not. Underlying her point, she wrote, a travel diary coming soon.
Can't wait.
On Poosh. And I guess there must be an Instagram account because it says @Poosh.
Poosh.
Yeah, @Splooge. Splooge. We need to start our own lifestyle brand called
Jig Jill.
Splooge. All right, so anyhow.
Well, that's her fight song.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
Live it,
To be
girl.
honest, though, following her on Instagram, well, I don't follow her on Instagram, but I follow her through all the pages of TMZ and all that stuff as I put together stuff for the Hollywood Trash. And to be honest, I've never seen her do anything but vacation.
I know.
Yeah,
never.
That's what her job is.
That is her job.
Yep. Well, she's working hard then.
Well, just consult Poosh if you want to find out what she's up to.
Let's talk about the happiest place on earth.
It's magical.
Disney. This is Disneyland, by the way, in Anaheim. And there's a viral video, yes, that is making the rounds of a couple of families beating the ever-loving piss out of each other for about 4 minutes before they finally go their separate ways.
That's a long fight.
It is a long fight.
Is someone in a wheelchair?
It's in Toontown, by the way. There was somebody on a mobility scooter.
Okay, all right.
Kathy, but the fight happens. They start to split up. Then it sparks back up again. Then they kind of split up. Then it keeps going on and on.
I mean, and it's like the Andy Kaufman used to do the intergender wrestling.
Yeah.
They're brawling. Doesn't matter. The dude's beating on the woman.
Oh my God! Wait, so that's okay. I'm just seeing this for the first time.
the
guy
fists are
punches
flying.
the woman.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a couple of women beating up. It's just a mess.
Where's security?
Not that it's an excuse, but it kicks off. They're having words, and the woman just spits right in this guy's face, and then he slugs her. But I can't figure out who's on whose side.
No, and neither can I.
It's like I'm like, oh, he's hitting her now. I thought she was with him, and it's just who the hell knows what's going on.
And then the woman in the mobility scooter gets up as if she
can walk.
Yeah.
It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This stupid fight between these imbeciles has caused a miracle.
You know what? And there's a moment in this video where the whoever is filming this video, by the way, is laughing the whole time. She's not with them because obviously she would be getting in the middle of this.
And she's up close.
But there's an older woman who gets knocked down to the ground on her back, and you hear the woman filming just laughing her ass off. And I'm like, and you can hear children crying in the background.
Oh my God.
There's a little kid walking around, and it's obviously I will freely admit, I chuckled a few times, but the really tragic part of this here is this little kid is watching these adults do this and walking around with his hands up like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Even a kid can't figure it out.
And he taps, I guess, who is his mother. Like, hello, I'm here. Obviously he needs attention. He's upset too.
And all the while in the background, you have the delightfully colored Toontown.
Oh my God.
Happy place.
Listen, I understand that things can go awry anywhere, and somebody can have a bad day, and something can trigger. But if you can have the presence of mind to be aware of where you are, right then and there, you're in Disneyland,
the happiest place on earth.
Come on, look around you, see where you are. Shut up. But some people are just a-holes.
It just kills me in this one because there was another one, Preston. I forget it was at like a kids park. It was like an amusement park. It very well may have been Disney World. And this one's great because the woman in the mobility scooter in that one, Kathy, she doesn't get up, but she's.
I have a request, real quick. Can we play? Because I know we're running out of time. We're about ready to wrap up, and it's a really, really short one. Casey, can we play that new one?
I actually have that scheduled for the next break.
Okay, all right. We'll do that again in a minute.
Yeah. But we got to stop this.
Oh, here. You can bring that back up. Oh, yeah. We need to do the lesson question.
Yeah.
We need to get a winner for that. So we're going to go to the phones. We were looking for caller number 1. Caller number 1 was Brett. Hey, Brett.
Hey, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, dude. What is the secret text word, sir?
Sand.
Sand is correct. Sand. Yep. Hang on a second, Brett. And, of course, that's for the movie Dune, hence the word sand.
You got a lot of
And
sand.
It's on digital. And Timothée Chalamet. That's what it says here.
Timothée.
It is literally, look at it. Timotay. And then Chalamet is spelled Shalomay.
Yeah. Who wrote this copy?
Timothée Chalamet.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like the French pronunciation of Timothée. Like, it's actually how you say it.
Timothy Chalamet is pronounced Timothée?
No. Timothy Chalamet is pronounced Timothy Chalamet.
Okay.
But if you were to use the French pronunciation of Timothée, that's how you would say it.
I was not aware. Oscar Isaac, Jason Momoa, and Zendaya star in Dune. You can own it on digital now, 4K Ultra HD, January 11th. Also, Rosalie Recchia from Hamilton, New Jersey. Hamilton, New Jersey. Was our winner because we chose her randomly. So congratulations, guys. All right. Hey, before we go to lesson question, I need suggestions, and I'm going to forget to ask for this.
All right.
If you don't tell me now. So we got time coming up.
Yes.
Off.
Yeah.
There are a lot of good movies that are coming out that are going to be streaming.
Yeah.
And I want to watch them during my time off, and I'm going to forget which ones I wanted to watch. So I have written down Matrix, Kingsman, and Encanto. And do you remember any other ones that are coming out? What?
Don't Look Up.
Oh, thank you.
I think Friday.
All right.
On Netflix.
And the Bond movie is streaming if you're into Bond.
What's the name of that one?
No Time to Die.
No Time to Die.
Okay,
All right.
so wait. Kingsman is streaming? Is that
Yes,
on
it's
Disney?
going to. I read that yesterday, I believe, when we were doing the...
We'll see if it's streaming over the... Because
We were playing
Matrix
clips or
is streaming
something.
at the same time it's getting its theater release, which is today.
But it might...
Today?
Kingsman might not be streaming. It opens today, right?
It opens today.
But I don't know if it streams today. It might
Immediately.
be a few days from
Yeah, it
now.
might
I'm
be.
not 100%
It's
sure
hard to
on
figure
that.
out this crap, isn't it?
It is. It is. But I personally, I'm gonna hang home and watch the movies. So when given the option to do so, and like Sing 2 is coming out, I think that's just a wide release. All right. Anyhow, I knew you guys would be able to recommend, and therefore that's why I asked.
I watched that one that you recommended yesterday, the Power of the Dog.
Yeah.
Benedict Cumberbatch. Kathy, you would hate every second of it.
She would.
It's slow.
It's slow.
But it's powerful, and unlike anything I can remember seeing, maybe you compared it to There Will Be Blood.
Yeah.
And it's kind of similar to
Strange
that.
like that.
It is strange, but man, he is incredible. Benedict.
It kind of sticks with you, right?
It sure does.
I started watching. I'm sorry to go off.
Is it like Clifford?
It's a lot. There's this dog that shows up.
Big red dog.
Yeah.
I started watching this really odd show on HBO Max called Station 11. You guys heard about that?
I have heard about it.
Yeah, and it's...
Do you like it?
It was a well-received novel. I don't know yet.
Okay.
It's weird enough to keep me on board, but damn it better pay off. That's all I know.
I'm keep recommending.
Yes.
Hellbound.
Hellbound, yes.
I mean, honestly, it is. Do you want to talk about a show that lives with you?
Yeah.
It's from the guy, the director, and the producers who did the Train to Busan, but it has got this. It addresses religion, life after death, damnation, all of that stuff in a really cool way. I can't recommend Hellbound more. Listen, it may not be for everybody, but give it at least 3 episodes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like Ted Lasso.
It is Ted
Give
Lasso.
it 3 episodes.
Hellbound is Ted Lasso without the mustache.
All right, so we're going to do today's lesson question. We are going to give away a pair of tickets to see Stomp on December 28th at 7:30 at the Merriam Theater. The question for you this morning goes back to our entertainment report early this morning. On The Bachelor, who is Michelle Young's first impression? 215-263 WMMR. And I don't mean the first impression rose that she gave out. On The Bachelor, who was Michelle Young's first impression? If you heard that earlier this morning, then you know the answer. 215-263 WMMR. Her second was James Mason, so don't say that.
There you go.
Let's see who her first impression was. Let's do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by nobody but Steve Morrison.
Whoa!
What's going on, Steve?
Well, COVID-19 could impact Queen Elizabeth's plans to spend Christmas at the royal estate in Sandringham this year. Sandringham
has a special place in Elizabeth's heart because that's where she first learned how to hunt peasants. Joseph Bania loves his father, Arnold Schwarzenegger, but says he won't capitalize on his name to help forward his acting career. Bania says capitalizing on the Schwarzenegger name for acting would be like capitalizing on the Courtney Stodden name for singing.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
And finally, Hilaria Baldwin is calling out the paparazzi for constantly lying about her family. Said Hilaria, quote, "I hate how you say mentirosas, the liars, the teller of lies." And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if we can get an answer to this question on The Bachelor. Who was Michelle Young's first impression? 215-263 WMMR. Let's go to Mike. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Mike. All right, who was on The Bachelor Michelle Young's first impression?
John Wayne.
John Wayne, yes, you got it. All right, hang on a second, Mike. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Stomp on December 28th at 7:30 at the Miriam Theater. Stomp is explosive, inventive, provocative, witty, and... Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
It is brought to you by Halcyon Floats, and you can give the gift of relaxation this year with a float session from Halcyon Floats, Philadelphia's premier float center. That's a unique gift.
Oh,
right
it's
there,
awesome, yeah.
Somebody on your list who's never done that before will dig it. All right, we'll start with, I thought of Marissa for this story. Rancid member Lars Fredriksson is going to head out for a solo North American tour beginning on March 29th in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Really?
In support of his debut solo EP called To Victory, which was released this last month. Comedian Joe Sib, DJ Chris Powerhouse, and Boss Hooligan Sound System will open the shows.
Oh, our favorites.
Tickets are available now. To Victory is a 6-track EP featuring stripped versions of songs from Fredriksson's other bands, the Old Firm Casuals and Lars Fredriksson and the Bastards, as well as covers like Kiss is Coming Home. So they're going to be in Baltimore, Marissa. That's as close as I saw on the 26th of April.
It's not bad.
Then they're in Garwood, New Jersey.
Yes.
I don't know where that is. That is on April 29th. This is pretty cool. A T-shirt belonging to late Metallica bassist Cliff Burton was returned to his family after 35 years.
That's amazing.
The family's official Instagram page, Cliff Burton Family, posted a photo of Faith No More drummer Mike Puffy Borden holding the shirt and writing a huge thank you to Mike Puffy Borden for bringing Cliff's original Dawn of the Dead shirt back home where it belongs. It's been a roller coaster of emotions, and we appreciate Mike and the person who kept it safe for us 30-plus years. Our only regret is that Cliff's father, Ray, isn't here to see it. Cliff, of course, joined Metallica in 1982, performed on the band's first 3 studio albums, died at the age of 24 in a tour bus crash while on tour in Sweden. So that's cool that the family is able to get that memento back. Metallica, by the way, is streaming its December 17th and 19th 2021 40th anniversary concerts at San Francisco's Chase Center. The shows will be available beginning on Friday the 24th, Christmas Eve, at noon Eastern Time through the end of Monday, December 27th.
Francisco, that's fun to say.
ZZ Top has sold its entire music interests to global music company BMG and global investment firm KKR.
We've had a couple of stories like this recently.
Yeah, BMG has served as co-publisher and administrator of the band's publishing catalog, and the ZZ Top deal marks the latest major music rights deal the two companies have struck together since announcing in March 2021 that they would join forces in the fast-growing market of music IP. Although no dollar amount was announced, industry sources are whispering that the deal was in the neighborhood of $50 million. ZZ Top bassist Dusty Hill, of course, died in his sleep this past July. He was 72 years old. Billy Gibbons and Frank Beard, the drummer for 50 years, or over 50 years, are carrying on per Hill's wishes with his bass tech taking his place, 30-year band veteran Elwood Francis. ZZ Top's manager, Carl Stubner of Shelter Music Group, said of the deal, "We are proud to continue working with and expand our long-standing relationship with BMG. This new deal ensures that ZZ Top's remarkable legacy will endure for generations to come." And one last story, available now for pre-order, is Ringo Starr's latest Beatles-related photo book titled Lifted, Fab Images and Memories in My Life with the Beatles from Across the Universe. The limited edition hardcover book includes rare, unseen, and newly discovered images alongside Ringo's unique perspective on the Beatles phenomenon as he offers a modern, intimate, and loving look at his illustrious and precious time as one of the Fab Four. All proceeds of the book sales will benefit the Stars charity, the Lotus Foundation, whose mission funds, supports, participates in, and promotes charitable projects aimed at advancing social welfare in diverse areas, including but not limited to substance abuse, cerebral palsy, brain tumors, cancer, battered women and their children, homelessness, and animals in need. A lot.
It's a lot.
Yep, and that.
Good for him.
Is all that I have in music news for you this morning. We got one more break that we're going to take, so we're going to do that. And should we announce this now?
Yeah.
Our winner? I think we should do it now.
Let's do it.
Okay.
It's essential that we get this information out. We have a whole green room full of press.
Yeah. Well, this is the first time we've ever done this. We had put the creativity in your hands to create a WMMR Preston and Steve Gingerbread Studio, and we got a lot of great responses. It was so much so that we had a hard time narrowing down a winner.
Incredibly hard.
Yeah. So we have finally made a decision, and our winner of the first ever, and taking home $500 at the first ever Preston and Steve Gingerbread Studio Challenge is Jocelyn Ferreira. So the description says, Pierre was left unsupervised with Christmas decorations. The walls of the studio are made from graham crackers. The studio desk is made out of Rice Krispie treats. The top is made out of a Hershey chocolate bars. And the chairs are also made out of Rice Krispie treats. I use chocolate-coated graham crackers for the monitors and fruit roll-ups for the screens. The soundboards are Hershey chocolate and it says needs for the buttons. I don't know what that means. But anyhow, the microphones are made out of lollipop sticks and black gumdrops.
The black gumdrops are my favorite.
And the Christmas lights are candy-coated sunflower seeds adhered to string with royal icing. So much love went into this contest. Even if I don't win, I enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoy the photos. MMR rocks. Happy holidays, and that is from Jocelyn. So we're going to set you up with $500. Congratulations. Nice. And I think we all had an honorable mention, a runner-up, and just a slight technicality because it wasn't a studio.
Yeah.
And we need to find out who did that. I don't have the name handy. Nick, can you see who did the Preston sleeping under his desk cardboard creation? Because it is fantastic.
We loved it. So, yeah, because they're actually hung up in the wall here. Nick,
right in front of you, right?
Yeah, but
directly in front of you at the top. What?
Sorry, nothing.
Okay.
Neener.
So anyhow, he's pulling it. I just want to see who created that because
it doesn't have a name. But if you look up
doesn't
here,
have a name. All right, it was Meg.
Meg.
Thank you, Meg. The Meg did that, and
Meg did a great job.
Yeah, it's me sleeping underneath my desk, which I have created a little bed for when I need to take a nap. And my laptop on top. The artwork is fantastic. I've got a lovely little smile on my face.
You got your beard.
She even put my curtain.
Your privacy curtain.
My privacy curtain that I have created under my desk, but that one is fantastic.
And there's like 2 legal pads up on your desk, and,
and
the laptop with an image on the laptop. Really well done. It was different.
It was excellent, Meg. We do appreciate all the creativity. The gallery of the Gingerbread Studios are at PrestonandSteve.com. If you want to see all the entrants,
all great.
They are up there. So thank you guys, and you never know, it might be something that we try again down the road. There's one somebody used. Licorice strands for Pierre's hair, which I thought was pretty awesome. Yeah. Pierre's in one of them as well. So thank you guys. Wonderful job. And just very festive and cute and fun and great to look at if you get a chance. Peruse that, if you will, on our website. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll give away our Word of the Week prize when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Choosing a mobility scooter.
If you find
join the fight.
Oh,
She's
wow.
backing up and ramming the brawling people.
So apparently, this one, they're all in the same family. They're all related.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
So this is an ongoing investigation. No arrests have been made, but there was infighting that had begun outside of the park, and the fight just continued inside the park.
No arrests?
No arrests. They all knew each other.
ridiculous.
Well, not yet anyway, Case. They said the investigation's ongoing. But
After they viewed the video, now they're looking at potentially.
Because then that guy goes on.
I saw it all. It was a mess.
But then the guy goes on to slap another woman and take her to the ground.
Kathy, he doesn't just slap her. I mean, and this is horrifying, but he gives her a haymaker.
Just some unwritten rules, right? Like
protocol.
Yeah, protocol. and
You
all that
don't
sort of
fire on someone else's bitch.
No, you don't.
Not in Toontown.
Not in Toontown, man. You take that to Epcot.
I think, Casey, of your story at the 4th of July parade
That's
all the time.
exactly what I was thinking.
And the bending down and addressing them as a father to kids who needed to be addressed by their father. But like you get in that mentality sometimes, and this is a place where that can happen.
You can have an Independence Day from life.
Oh, I totally understand.
I'm gonna make you independent of your life.
But on the outside, everybody else.
Hey,
oh
what
my
a good dad.
Oh, you were. Oh, you poor thing. You're so upset. You better stop crying right now.
Don't cry. Don't even let him know you're in pain.
A former Cape Breton University student says that she regrets not making a formal complaint 3 years ago against a professor who was fired this summer for demanding moose meat, lobster, and sex from a student in exchange for better grades.
In that order?
Moose meat, lobster, and sex.
All right, you don't have moose meat. You don't have lobster.
You got any lobster?
Thanks. All right, look, how about sex?
She said,
Wait, I found some moose meat. Yeah!
She said, I wish I did something back then. I wish I got him fired, Jess Hardy said. Then the situation wouldn't have happened. She was a first-year student and said that Shamal Fernaduple made inappropriate comments and suggestions.
You're going to ruin the day, Fernaduple.
And her appearance, and implied that he wanted a sexual relationship with her, and he would say inappropriate things all the time. Now, unfortunately, as the story goes on, it never gets into the details about the moose meat and lobster.
Well, it's a bizarre
That's what I'm
pecking
most
order.
interested in.
Right, yes. You don't understand.
But they ended up firing this guy because he apparently did.
Was it the moose meat?
To a couple of students. It was the moose meat.
He's here in front of the dean. It was the moose meat, wasn't it? Well, actually, the number 3 on the list here, the sex.
So apparently he wasn't only demanding sex, but moose meat and lobster.
I should have stopped at lobster.
And they fired him. So there you go. That's all I have in the
It's
details.
like he's looking for something to round out the list.
Yeah.
And the sex.
Yeah. So I was surprised the other day when my daughter came to me and described a very specific detail of what I'm assuming. I don't know if it's a social class or if it's just a fashion or what. But I was like, okay, this is all new to me, and I've forgotten what the full description is. So if anybody wants to call in, if you're familiar with this term, but Visco girls.
Visco girls.
Yeah. And that's spelled VSCO.
Yeah.
Visco, you've heard of this, Nick?
I have. I hadn't heard of it until Friday. And so I learned about it just as recently as you did, Preston. Visco.
From Ben?
No, from BuzzFeed, of all places.
Okay.
I read an article about it. I saw Visco online somewhere, right, as about a post. I didn't know what those letters meant, VSCO.
Yeah, I still don't know.
It's an app, and it stands for Visual Supply Company, right? And, the reason that I know that it's an app is that my girlfriend does some photography on the side, and she's used this app to process photos. What girls now are doing, Preston, is they're taking this app and they are applying it to their social media posts, and now it's also become its own social media thing.
Nick, look at this top text. Do you know what that means? Okay, so it just says SK. Apparently, they go around going.
Wait,
like
okay,
that.
okay.
So the
There's a
crickets.
Visco.
So what is it?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Our phone lines are lighting up, so we'll find out in a minute.
It's
right. That's what it is.
As far as social status goes, it's a new thing for this school year. It's brand new. But
How is it social status though?
because it's a look. So basically,
it's a look.
If you are a Visco girl, you are you kind of look like you came from the beach. You wear scrunchies around your wrist.
Scrunchies are a big thing.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You carry
on your wrist.
You carry around a hydro flask. and you have a natural look, Kathy. So you don't go heavily made up.
So like Renee Zellweger.
So it's not like a filter that
It is. Yeah. So the Visco app is a filter that you can apply, but it's a lighter filter. So sometimes Instagram models will go very heavy on their filters, right?
Right.
And so you look incredibly made up, and you will take an Instagram app and you'll use that app to change your look essentially on your social media posts.
It happens all the time.
Visco girls, Steve, don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go very natural,
completely raw,
very light makeup,
unfiltered.
Yeah, and there are 2 essential settings on the Visco app that you use for your look. And now it's translated from this app to real life.
Okay.
Wow, man, Preston. So when in school we had Crisco girls who ate a lot of fried chicken.
Yeah. Sure.
Crisco girl.
They would bring fried chicken to school.
Yeah, those are Crisco girls.
Crisco girls.
Yeah.
My
Florence Henderson was a Crisco. Weston Alley.
And Steve, they would go.
That's a Crisco girl.
It's them eating the skin off of the chicken. So Caroline, my daughter, was wearing a shirt and it was too long. She's like, I'm tucking this in because I don't want to look like a Visco girl. Not that meaning that she doesn't want to be one, but it looks like you're not wearing pants.
Not wearing pants. Okay,
yeah,
I've seen
you're
this.
not wearing shorts.
I've seen this. I've seen the looking like you're not wearing shorts.
Where did that look? That look has been around before.
No, but I've recently seen it pick up, and I'm like, look at these kids. Like their shorts are so short that they look like they're not wearing any.
My dad was a Visco girl before anyone knew. He just wear a long coat and shorts.
Yeah.
You also might have known them as flashers.
Yeah.
Hey, so is your daughter into it? Or is she Visco? What do you say? Help me out here, guys.
She's a Delco girl.
She's a Delco girl, Kath. You know what? I don't know.
She
I don't know.
Visco?
I don't know how new this scene is, but here's the deal. My kids go to Catholic schools, so they all wear the same thing at school. And then we just got done in the summer, and we were down the beach all the time.
I saw a text that this is supposed to be camera sound.
Oh my God! I love it. I want to be a Visco boy.
I always wore big clothes. There was a period of time where we looked like we were 900 pounds only because we wore oversized
baggy
clothes.
stuff. Baggy stuff.
Who decided all this stuff? All these various things together make this. You know what I mean?
A Visco girl.
Yeah.
I think it's just a style. I keep relating it to the hippie. It's just
It
the
is,
hippie
but
like
somebody had to put these pieces together. They don't necessarily, automatically go together.
The thing, Preston, that you're reacting to, and I think I agree, is because like things like this would happen over the course of a little while, and like in school, going to school, you start to see people adopting something, and there'd be a movie or there'd be something that they would, or a musician or somebody they're responding to. But this seems to, for a lot of the people are saying from 0 to 60.
I know.
Because of social media.
It's like the, now this isn't a fashion thing, but it was an accessory people had. Remember the fidget spinners?
Oh, yeah.
Like that took off in 10 minutes.
Boom.
And everybody had them, and then they were gone.
Look at this. Visco Girl Starter Pack.
You can buy this
$150
for $150.
Should we get it, guys?
It says Giant Visco Starter Pack.
Preston, we need to be Crisco boys.
Scrunchies, Crocs.
I like those tie-dye Crocs.
What else? There's the shorts, and oversized shirt. What do you see?
No, Kathy liking the Crocs now.
I like the tie-dye
Just
Crocs.
like 10 minutes ago, she's like, not for adults.
Oh, well, no, I wouldn't buy them and wear them.
But Steve, it's funny because you were talking about how these things, how they can happen so quickly. When people are getting back to school this week and they come home demanding the scrunchies, that means that like this thing is taken off and they want to be like all the other people who are in the group.
That's funny.
Some people are texting in, and I've gotten some emails that there is a phrase that goes along, not just the SK one, I oop.
I oop.
I don't know what that means.
There's another one, Nick.
That's
no,
it.
no, that's mine. You can't have that.
I oop.
But I oop is a thing.
Can we make that part of the Crisco boys?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's allowed. But
all right, how's I oop spelled?
I oop is the letter I, and then OOP.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Again, it says I oop. Here, there's I oop can be used as a reaction to express sudden surprise or shock over an unexpected situation. That's like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
For example, you can say it if someone calls someone else out on social media in a mic drop moment, as in I oop. Okay.
Because it says here, honestly, who says mic drop anymore? That's
please.
old now.
That's so old.
Nick, you know that I love you, but I do find it a little creepy that you know the most about this.
Well,
anyone
you
on the
looked it
show.
up on BuzzFeed. Research. Yeah, no, I stalk 12-year-olds.
Yeah, do you want to hear it?
Interesting. Oh, yeah.
Jasmine
Thanks,
Masters, I think.
All right.
I crashed in my back seat for a couple of hours, and I
Okay.
That's funny.
And,
Okay.
And hence the beginning of a new phrase.
Wow.
Bizarre.
Sitting on your balls created a thing.
Where some things come from
And yet
how they take off.
We can't get to take off.
Nobody can pronounce it.
And it's very hard.
That's the only thing.
Too many
It's much
syllables.
easier. All
Although I got a text from somebody who says I'm 27 and I just found out I'm a Visco girl.
it's like going and looking at your X-rays.
Yeah.
I have some bad news. You're a Visco girl.
What would be some positive workplace habits? It doesn't give any examples here at all. So I'm wondering what we could do. Maybe some yoga or something like that.
Well, let's assess.
Maybe like clean up your area.
We're getting ready to wrap it up for the season, and today's been fun. We've enjoyed it. Thank you. We've had you as our guest, and we appreciate hanging out, and we also appreciate all the entries that we had for the Gingerbread Studio. Oh, we have our winner. I didn't even know. I think maybe I got her name wrong. Is this Jocelyn? Is that how you say your name?
Yeah, that's how you say it.
Jocelyn, congratulations.
Thank you. I can't believe I heard my name.
Yeah. How long did you work on your creation, the MMR, the Preston and Steve Studio?
I think it was like 3 days straight.
Okay. Wow.
One weekend day, and then after work.
Very festive. Anybody work on it, or was it just you yourself?
It was just me by myself.
That's pretty amazing.
I had people donate candy, but that was about it.
All right. Kathy's used leftover Halloween candy on
Oh,
hers.
yeah, I could have helped you.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's great work. Well, listen, for your time, your effort, and your creativity, we have a $500 prize for you.
Thank you.
So congratulations.
I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
Our pleasure. So we'll have our people get in touch with you, and we'll make sure that you get that gift, and hope you have a great holiday this year.
Okay, yeah, you guys too.
Awesome. Thank
Have
you.
a good one.
Jocelyn Ferreira.
Yeah.
Who is our winner of the cardboard, or not cardboard, I think I might have said that earlier, of our gingerbread. Thank you. Creations.
Barn door.
Barn door. Oh, my God. Pierre Robert is here. He's taking a gander at some of the entries. That's not all of them. Those are some of the finals that we narrowed it down to, Pierre. Yeah, pretty cool, right?
Did you see his spiffy shoes that he wore?
I did not see his spiffy shoes, but the ones he got for his party the other night.
They look awesome.
Nice. Who was the designer?
Who were they?
Louboutin.
Christian Louboutin, yeah. Oh, God.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
You just kicked the microphone.
Look at those Louboutins, man. That is awesome.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
They look great.
Yeah.
You got to be thrilled.
They look so good.
I am so thrilled, but they make everything else I'm wearing pale in comparison. I'm trying to go for a Christmas theme, so I've got the green corduroys, the red T-shirt, the green corduroy shirt, but these are
stellar.
Amazing.
Do you need help taking your foot down?
What?
Do you need help taking your foot down?
Sorry.
He threw his his foot up onto the counter and kicked the microphone in the process. But, yeah.
That's what Caroline Beasley gave me for my 40th anniversary.
That's awesome, man.
Way cool.
Yeah. How you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic.
Excellent. Well, we'll get the letter of the day, and then we'll chit-chat a little bit, if you're cool with that.
I am.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
O as in outstanding.
All right, and we can take caller number 5 and give you the prize. 215-263-WMMR. Make sure that you call now and present that 3-lettered word, and you just might win this prize that we have set up for you. All set for Wednesday morning?
Very set. You kids are off for a well-deserved vacation. Yesterday was amazing.
Thank you.
I mean, it was like Fort Knox landed at the Parks Casino.
It was incredible.
Opened up these just stunning gifts that you were pulling out regularly. And then the level of detail. Like I was trying to play along at home with the questions, and I would go, Like what's the group? The Assheim Steamroller.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm going. Oh, what do they call themselves? What do they call themselves? What do they call themselves? And I couldn't think of it.
Yeah.
So that was a great broadcast.
Thanks, man. We had a good time. It was great to see the crowd. The sweaters were incredible.
Amazing. I want to see the video.
Incredible. Yeah.
And thank you, Nick, for being the translator, the universal translator for Gary Lauer.
He speaks Gary.
There was one segment where he just wandered off, and we didn't know where he went. I was like, all right,
I heard that, and I'm going, I bet he's not coming back.
God bless him, and Merry Christmas, Gary. But yeah, that part of it was weird. But it really was one of my favorites that we've ever done. It was a great crowd. It was a really good vibe, and the room looked awesome. It was a lot of fun. So thanks for saying that.
Yeah, it was fun. And I was thinking, what would Gary pronounce my name if he saw it?
Oh my God!
And he didn't know me. And I'm thinking,
you're right.
First he'd say, "All right, young man."
Yeah,
that's everybody. Young man.
He'd get Robert as the last name for sure.
Yeah,
but I don't know what he would make of Pierre.
It might even be like Robert.
Yeah, I think it'd be Pyrea.
Yes,
Roberta.
Pyrea Roberta.
I mean, when he said Raymond,
that's right, Raymond. Yeah, it was like
Raymond
Eckerberg or whatever. He's like Raymond E. Kerberg.
Yeah.
And then Aaron.
Aaron Mill. Yes, there were 8 letters, and he butchered that.
Well, he thought the handwriting, that one, I think he didn't get. He said EHN.
You're being nice.
Right. So are you working tomorrow and Friday?
Yes, tomorrow and Friday. Friday will be the big Christmas Eve show.
Awesome.
I think we have Best of Preston Steve tomorrow and Friday.
Yep.
And then when that ends on Friday, we'll start the big Christmas Eve production, which will go into Jackson's Hoedown Hootenanny, into Jackie's Christmas Tracker show.
Yes.
So that's a lot of fun.
Christmas Eve on a Friday is pretty wild.
Yeah,
I like that.
It'll be a great vibe. So looking forward to it.
Wonderful. All right, we want to get our winner, so I'm going for caller number 5. Caller number 5 is Jim. Hey, Jim. Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Jim, we need that 3-letter word of the week. What is it, sir?
SNO, I guess snow or
Ho, 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 snow!
That would be correct, Jim. You got it? And we're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Greta Van Fleet on April 1st at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. And we're also going to give you a room for the night, my man.
Wow.
Yeah, great.
Congratulations, Jim.
Thank you so much.
I think that's the most we're going to get out of Jim. I think that's Jim's.
Great.
Great.
Now you got to spend a night with my wife.
Great. I think Jim's happy.
Where did the tracksuits come from, by the way?
Well, hang on real quick. Tickets for both the April and 1st and April 2nd shows are on sale now via Hard Rock Hotel AtlanticCity.com. Nick's cousin makes velour. He has a velour suit company, or velour tracksuit company, and he gifted us all our own monogrammed, personalized Preston and Steve velour tracksuits.
That is cool.
Isn't it great?
There may or may not be a Pierre Robert special. They're big fans of UPR. They grew up in Philly, and so there's a lot of Philly connections. There's a company based in California now called Velomino.
Wow.
But yeah, the pictures are up on Instagram if you want to check them out. They turned out really, really nice.
Really cool.
Yeah.
That's great. Nice.
What's up on your show today?
We'll have a workforce block to celebrate Rick Nielsen's birthday of Cheap Trick. They've got a Christmas song. We'll have Dave Matthews block. They've got a Christmas song. Let me ask if there is a band that doesn't have a Christmas song. I did a double shot of Metallica yesterday, and I go, nothing says Christmas quite like Master of Puppets. But I don't think Metallica has a. There's a lot of bands that don't, but there's so many that do have one or more Christmas songs. So we'll do a block of Christmas bands or Christmas music, and I got to get the Killer song in today. Joel, the Lump of Coal is one of my favorite Christmas songs. So
that will be fun.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one. That's why I went, I don't know that one.
Okay. Well, I'll play that for you later today, and you can determine whether it, scratches your happy nerve or not.
Or
jiggles the vomit nerve.
Well, or jiggles your vomit nerve. It either is going to scratch your happy nerve or it's going to jiggle your vomit nerve.
Joel, the Lump of Coal.
Oh, it's brilliant.
By who?
By the Killers.
Yeah, I don't know
and,
that one.
it's about a lump of coal, and Santa is not a very nice person in this particular telling of the story, and he teases Joel that he's going to bring him on board the sled, And Joel gets really happy. And then Santa talks down to him and says what an ass he is, and then in the end, and so Santa's kind of not a pleasant
bastard.
fellow. Yeah,
I love it.
But it's so charming. It almost makes me cry when I hear the ending of it because Joel ends up
killing Santa.
He goes to a kid who's not been the best kid, and they have a happy ending.
Okay, nice. All right,
Somebody for everybody.
Yeah.
I will look forward to hearing that. All right, well, thank you, Pierre.
Thank you, lump of coal.
And I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Everybody for the past year for hanging out. This is our last show of the year.
No,
a
come back
tough year,
tomorrow.
but yes, we are so thankful for you.
Yes, absolutely. God, can you tell I'm tired? I'm stretching.
I know.
I need to go to sleep right now. To
Your
crawl under my
velour's
desk.
getting matted.
Oh, dear God. So, yeah, it's been wonderful. Thanks to everybody and everything. And we love you to death. And we appreciate every bit that you've done for us. And we'll be back in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
And we'll freshen up.
Redefining radio.
We'll have a brand new year. We have some cool ideas for next year.
We do.
And we'll get to those very, very soon. And we're going to leave you with a little moment from Charlie Brown, as we do, as our last show, right around Christmas time each year. So rage on. Have yourself a fantastic, safe holiday season. We love you, and we'll see you. What? Oh, I got to thank our sponsors.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Casey. Brought to you by the President Steve Show, brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the President Steve Show. And also Trinity Rehab. If you have a nagging pain that you can't get rid of, Trinity Rehab can help. Go to trinity-rehab.com for more information. We got some best ofs coming up next week, as Pierre had said. So that is it. We are done Rage On. Now you can have yourself a great, safe, and wonderful holiday season, and we will see you soon, friend.